Good morning, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chair of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 36th Legislature present, legislative staff, and to the public listening and viewing over various forms of media. I am Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and I have present with me Mrs. April Henry, Director of Business and Administration, and in the audience, members of DPNR's financial team. DPNR was established by Title III of Virgin Islands Code, Section 400A, to administer and enforce all laws pertaining to fish and wildlife, trees and vegetation, water resources, including the protection of safe drinking water, air and water pollution control, flood control, preservation of mineral and other natural resources, preservation of the archaeological, architectural, cultural, and historical heritage of the U.S. Virgin Islands, including public libraries and museums, pesticide control, coastal land and offshore islands and keys, mooring and anchoring of vessels within territorial waters, earth change permits, and zoning. The enforcement powers of the department are codified under Title 12 of the Virgin Islands Code, as well as Title 29. The department is comprised of the following divisions: Business and Administrative Services, Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Coastal Zone Management, Environmental Enforcement, Environmental Protection, the Executive Office, Fish and Wildlife, Libraries, Archives, and Museums, Permits, the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office, the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas, and the Virgin Islands Council of the Arts. The following departmental budget overview and funding breakdown by division and source illustrates how DPNR is leveraging a combination of general, federal, and non-appropriated funding to meet its statutory responsibilities, implement transformative projects, and support sustainable development across the territory. This financial snapshot not only reflects our core operational needs, but also highlights the targeted investments that will drive measurable outcomes in infrastructure, environmental protection, cultural preservation, and service delivery in the territory. The department's recommended fiscal year 26 budget totals $146,949,100, consisting of $7,009,487 from the general fund, $10,861,427 from non-appropriated local funds, and $129,078,186 in federal grants. Notably, approximately $100 million, or roughly 77% of the federal funding, is allocated for land acquisition and infrastructure grants that pass through DPNR and do not support departmental operations. Our general fund request. The department's fiscal year 26 general fund appropriation is $7,009,487, unchanged from fiscal year 25. This includes $4,894,087 for personnel and fringe benefits, supporting 61 positions, $238,302 for supplies, $1,271,514 for other services and charges, and $605,584 for utilities. The appropriation also covers required local match funding for several federal grants, including the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts, and supports mandated obligations such as the Tutu Wells Mitigation Site and the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission. A summary by category is provided in the tables below, followed by a detailed breakdown of other services and charges. A general fund allocation by division. Of the 12 divisions within the department, 9 rely on the general fund appropriation, with the remaining 3 divisions, Coastal Zone Management, Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, and DFW, being funded entirely by federal grants and or other non-appropriated local match. The following table indicates the recommended allocation of the general fund for these divisions for the upcoming fiscal year. Our federal funds. Most of the department's federal funds comes from our federal awards. For fiscal year 2026, federal grant funds will contribute $129,078,186, or 88% of the overall department's budgets. Allocated across all categories, the estimated amounts are personnel services at $9,449,063, which covers salary and fringe benefits for 102 positions. Supplies at $1,268,951. Other services and charges at $87,276,800. And utilities at $35,500. And indirect cost at $1,727,423, and our capital outlay at $29,320,449. Below is a breakdown of federal funds by each of the divisions. Our non-appropriated local funds, or our special fund category. The fiscal year 2026 recommendation for non-appropriated special funds is $10,861,427, or about 7% of the department's total request. These funds derive from fees, fines, and rentals of submerged and filled submerged lands, provide support to the Executive Office, the Division of Environmental Enforcement, our Permits Division, Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, Coastal Zone Management, and the Division of Environmental Protection. Fees collected are deposited into the following funds: our General Fund, Coastal Protection Fund, Legal Publication Fund, Fish and Game Fund, the Underground Storage Tank Fund, the Natural Resource Reclamation Fund, and our Air Pollution Control Fund. Collections as of May 31st, 2025 are in the amount of $3,435,196, and total collections of non-appropriated funds in fiscal year 24 were $8,452,461. $452,461, my apologies. Breaking down the special funds by category, the estimated amounts are $3,843,350 for personnel and fringe benefits, which funds 42 positions within the department, $522,953 for supplies, $4,909,976 for other services and charges, $47,000 for utilities, and $1,538,148 for capital outlay. The table below provides the allocation of special funds for each division as well. All right. The following portion of my presentation provides an overview of the roles and responsibilities of each of the 12 divisions and the estimated fiscal year 2026 budget breakdown for each division in the table seen before you. Here, I will focus my discussion on the major initiatives that each division will embark upon for fiscal year 2026. So beginning with our Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning Division, in FY 2026, Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning will continue advancing the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan through proposed amendments to key sections of the zoning law. These include updates to Section 225, our definitions, Section 228, our table of permitted uses, Section 235, our administration and enforcement, and Section 240, penalties and violations, and Section 242, fees. CCZP will also collaborate with other divisions and agencies on zoning amendments related to special areas such as agricultural zones and historic districts. And to support public understanding and compliance, the division plans to host zoning law training sessions and develop a visual user guide to help residents and developers interpret and apply zoning regulations effectively. Coastal zone management. In fiscal year 2026, Coastal Zone Management Division will focus on advancing several 30% design projects from the territory's watershed management plans to full design and preparation for implementation. These projects identified in collaboration with the Department of Education and other Department of Public Works and other property stakeholders aim to address key environmental challenges within the coastal zone. CZM was awarded approximately $22 million under a NOAA grant, which will be used to support the design and implementation phases of these priority watershed projects. Next, under the enhancement section of our cooperative agreement with NOAA, the division will pursue enhancements in permitting requirements that will synchronize the way all divisions with earth change responsibilities review such applications. For our Division of Environmental Enforcement, the Division of Environmental Enforcement, in partnership with Online Mooring LLC, has launched the new electronic boating registration card system. These digital cards, accessible via mobile devices or as downloadable files, contain key registration details such as vessel ID, owner information, and their expiration dates. They're designed to improve the convenience and enforcement efficiency. The e-card will be issued immediately upon a registration approval and will serve as valid proof of registration until the physical decal is received and affixed to the vessel. This initiative reflects the division's commitment to modernizing services and offering boaters a timely, user-friendly, and environmentally responsible alternative to traditional paper registration. In addition, the Division of Environmental Enforcement is enhancing field operations by procuring Apple iPad tablets to replace manual paper-based processes. In collaboration with the Bureau of Information Technology, DEE is developing digital forms to be preloaded on the tablets, enabling officers to document patrol log, issue citations, and access vessel registration records in real time. This upgrade will significantly improve efficiency, accuracy, and information sharing between DEE and local or federal law enforcement agencies, reinforcing division's mission to protect the territory's natural resources and public safety. In our Division of Environmental Protection, our focus continues to be on eliminating its high-risk designation to improve program operations and streamline the grant reimbursement process, which currently limits access to full funding and flexibility. As part of its modernization efforts, DEP will transition permitting services to the Municity e-permitting platform, allowing applicants to submit and receive permit documentation electronically for greater convenience and efficiency. And to support this transition and improve overall program delivery, DEP will prioritize strategic recruitment to ensure timely permit processing, effective enforcement, and expanded community education and outreach. Additionally, recognizing the critical role of water quality in public and environmental health, the Division of Environmental Protection will strengthen its collaboration between its water quality and non-point source programs to more effectively identify and address sources of pollution that threaten ecosystems and community well-being. The Executive Office. In fiscal year 26, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources will achieve several key milestones for the completion of FEMA-funded federal capital projects. Most notably, we anticipate the long-awaited reopening of the Dr. Charles W. Turnbull Regional Library and the Atlee McFarland Peterson Library, as well as the completed renovation of our St. John office, restoring vital community resources. Renovation work at the Enid Bad Library will continue through fiscal year 26 as part of our ongoing disaster recovery portfolio. Simultaneously, progress continues on the FEMA-funded restoration of Fort Frederick and Fort Christian museums, with architectural and engineering design ongoing and construction bids set to be advertised upon finalization. In parallel, a separate procurement for conceptual exhibit design and both sites supported by the US EDA funding, which was initiated and evaluated in FY25. The selected exhibit design vendor will work in coordination with the construction contractor to ensure alignment with the renovation timeline. Once complete, DPNR will issue a dedicated RFP for the fabrication and installation of exhibit components, ensuring a smooth transition from construction to public interpretation. Lastly, to continue the modernization of the department, the Executive Office has submitted a BEAD funding request to the Office of Management and Budget for fiscal year 26 to expand its e-permitting platform to include the divisions of Environmental Protection, Fish and Wildlife, and the State Historic Preservation Office. This upgrade will streamline permitting workflows, enhance enforcement capabilities, improve our service delivery, and support our revenue growth. Our Division of Fish and Wildlife. In fiscal year 26, the Division of Fish and Wildlife will launch a major effort to expand facilities supporting wildlife and fisheries conservation through a network of community outdoor resilience centers that provide outdoor amenities to access fish and wildlife resources. Key projects include the renovation of the Red Hook office to support public boating access, and a mangrove trail with boardwalk on St. Thomas, and the repurposing of the former Elena Christian Junior High School into an educational fish hatchery. The Division of Fish and Wildlife will also enhance boating infrastructure by installing fish cleaning stations, monofilament collectors, educational signage, and ADA-compliant kayak launches across the territory under our boating infrastructure program. The Division of Fish and Wildlife will submit its updated State Wildlife Action Plan, which was last revised in 2017, for the first time electronically via wildlife.vi.gov to Congress. This data-driven plan expands eligibility for federal funding beyond traditional game species to include areas like aquatic invasive species, baitfish, sargassum, aquaculture, rare pollinators, and conservation opportunity areas. The plan outlines actionable, measurable, spatial, and species-specific goals positioning the Virgin Islands to secure millions in future federal funding opportunities. Continuing efforts to connect communities with nature, DFW will pursue new annual habitat goals, such as creating additional trails through representative ecosystems. In fiscal year 2025, trail crews funded by the Office of Insular Affairs Native Plant Program mapped and assessed nearly 3 new miles of wetland forest on St. Croix and a half-mile of wetland trails on St. Thomas. The division will also sustain its support for youth and community programs, including the Complex High School Marine Biology Club, our Sea Turtle Assistant and Rescue, or STAR Network, UVI Youth Ocean Explorer Scholarship, and our guided kayaking trips. For the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums, in fiscal year 26, the Department of Libraries, Archives, and Museums will prioritize expanded access to educational resources, digital tools, and community-centered programming. Key initiative includes an upcoming collaboration with NASA that will support lifelong learning and promote engagement with STEM content through technology integration. DLAM will enhance public access, modernize facilities, and extend outreach efforts to historically underrepresented communities. These initiatives align with national goals in literacy, workforce preparedness, and civic engagement. Workshops and lecture series will be offered throughout the year as well. Traditional literacy remains a core focus for DLAM. We will continue to expand library collections and support programming such as family literacy nights, intergenerational book clubs, and outreach in areas with limited library access, particularly those that demonstrate academic impact and strong community partnerships. These efforts aim to improve reading skills while fostering a love of learning and community connection. In our forts, DLAM will develop the conceptual design of new permanent exhibits highlighting the Virgin Islands' natural and cultural heritage in each facility. This includes audio and visual production to include self-guided tours of the facilities. In our permits division, for fiscal year 26, permits will continue prioritizing training and outreach to the construction industry and our key stakeholders. These efforts will focus on clarifying recent code changes and providing guidance on the permit submittal and inspection process through the department's Municity e-permitting platform. To further enhance service delivery, the division plans to acquire an additional plan review tool within the e-permitting platform to support greater accountability, accuracy, and faster processing times. Additionally, the division has been awarded a grant under the National Flood, what is NFIP? National Flood Insurance Program, the National Flood Insurance Program, CAPC program, which will support efforts to strengthen the territory's floodplain management system. This funding will help improve the Virgin Islands community rating and compliance with national floodplain standards, reinforcing DPNR's commitment to resilience and public safety. In our newest division, that of the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas, in fiscal year 26, we'll focus on advancing several key initiatives to build out the Virgin Islands Territorial Park system. Priority will be given to the approval and implementation of a comprehensive conservation plan as mandated by Act Number 8609 and the development of the Territorial Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, funded through the Land and Water Conservation Fund from the Department of Interior. Parks will also continue developing management plans for newly acquired park properties under the NOAA Climate Resilience Regional Challenge Grant, guided by conservation priorities, sustainable land use, and community input. Each site will be evaluated to ensure that planning aligns with its natural topography, promotes public access, and includes accommodations for individuals with disabilities. To enhance public engagement, the Division of Parks and Protected Areas will invite the community members to provide input on how they interact with these spaces and their vision for the new park system. A new GIS and mapping fellow will join the team to create interactive maps of TPPA managed properties, including upcoming acquisitions, will be made available online at dpnr.vi.gov/parks. Additionally, Parks will continue collaborating with community partners to strengthen environmental stewardship through programs funded by the NOAA CRRC grant, including Conservation Corps initiatives with CHANT, Mangrove and Coral Restoration and Workforce Development with GRROE, and Coral World Restoration Institute, and summer environmental educational programs with SEA, the St. Croix Environmental Association. For our Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office, it remains dedicated to supporting the Virgin Islands Historic Preservation Commission in the stewardship of the territory's rich cultural and architectural heritage. For fiscal year 26, VI SHPO will continue assisting the Commission with the management of the historic districts and site reviews to ensure integrity of the built environment. Key initiative for fiscal year 26 is the publication and promotion of the Historic District Guides for Charlotte Amalie, Christiansted, Frederiksted, and Cruz Bay, which will be made available on our DPNR website. This comprehensive resource will provide property owners, developers, and public with clear guidance on making improvements within the historic districts, including the application process and links to additional preservation resources. SHPO will actively promote this guide to encourage community engagement and compliance with preservation standards. SHPO is also advancing its role in the St. Croix National Heritage Area approved by Congress. The required management plan has been submitted to the Department of the required solicitation for the management plan has been submitted to the Department of Property and Procurement for bid solicitation. In fiscal year 26, VI SHPO will allocate resources to support the plan's development, ensuring alignment with federal guidelines and timely completion. And in our Virgin Islands Council of the Arts, as VICA prepares for fiscal year 2026, its strategic planning begins each June with a community-wide survey distributed through SurveyMonkey, social media, and in-person outreach. The survey targets individuals, grantees, educators, art organizations, and UVI with additional access at agricultural fairs and how to apply workshops held on all islands. Public input is actively collected through email, workshop, funded events, radio appearances, and exhibitions at VICA's art spaces, ensuring inclusive, territory-wide participation. The Art Spaces initiative continues to thrive, with VICA's offices on St. Thomas and the Dorsch Cultural Center on St. Croix providing key venues for exhibitions, performances, artist networking, and technical support. The Dorsch After Dark series will return in 2026, offering a monthly platform for emerging and established artists. These creative hubs also provide artists with resources to complete grant applications, press releases, and professional development tasks, reinforcing the territory's arts infrastructure. VICA will continue to promote its signature programs, USVI Folklife Festival, held in partnership with the 10 Sleepless Nights and the Reichel Center for the Arts, the Made in the USVI pop-up shops, and the Poetry Out Loud competitions. These programs celebrate the love of our cultural traditions, promote local entrepreneurship, and introduce the arts to our youth. Next portion of the presentation is just a general overview of our human capital. As of June 30th, 2025, DPR maintains a workforce of 151 active employees across its 12 divisions, consisting of 83 classified, 1 general schedule, and 67 exempt personnel. In fiscal year 2025, DPNR welcomes 16 new hires, experienced 10 resignations, 5 retirements, with 5 more pending before the end of the calendar year, and terminated 2 employees. We are presently interviewing for 3 positions in which postings have closed, currently have 5 postings which we intend to fill before this fiscal year, and we also anticipate releasing another 15 postings before the end of this month. The department continues to experience human resource challenges due to salary constraints. We have developed a pathway to address retention and have made starting salaries for many positions more competitive. However, this still relies on the negotiations for collective bargaining being completed. We have also taken advantage of several fellowship opportunities, with 3 currently providing services to the department and a 4th to begin later this summer to fill personnel shortfalls within the department. These staffing changes reflect the department's ongoing efforts to strengthen capacity and maintain operational effectiveness. The next portion of my presentation is something that traditionally I had been submitting as part of the budget markup. However, we have been in consultation with the Office of Management and Budget and decided to make it forward-facing this year. And this is our supplemental budget because we could come to a crisis situation. And so in an effort to address critical operational gaps, DPNR has submitted 2 supplemental budget requests for fiscal year 2026. These requests are essential to ensure continuity of service staffing across 2 divisions, the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums, and the Division of Permits. And without these supplemental requests, employees will be laid off and services to the public will be further impacted. Supplemental request number 1 requests $575,143 to support 6 months of funding for 13 existing staff, as well as fill vacancies from the Division of Permits. Following the passage of the 2017 storms, DPNR was awarded a $7 million disaster supplemental award from FEMA, which allowed us to shift existing employees at the time off of the general fund and hire over 20 new employees. The award was set to expire in August of 2025. However, we were able to reallocate resources and justify an extension of the award to continue to support staff through March of 2026. Without this supplemental funding, we will not be able to support all of the staff salaries, the majority of which are inspectors, which would directly impact disaster recovery projects in the territory. And below is a chart outlining the positions that will be impacted. Supplemental request number 2 seeks $1,416,159 to fund the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums operational staffing needs for the full fiscal year. The Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums cannot fully reopen or operate territory-wide without the appropriate staffing. The current budget ceiling does not allow for the retention and recruitment of the necessary workforce. Without supplemental request number 2, public libraries will have to remain closed or underutilized, denying access to vital educational and cultural resources. I would also like to note that the Trump administration permanently closed the offices of the Institute of Museums and Library Sciences in April of 2025, and the current federal budget shows no allocations which would incorporate the operation of libraries. Thus, the $138,000 we received in fiscal year 2025 to support subscription services, pay for our E-rate, and provide outreach supplies is likely the last amount of federal support we will receive for the next several years for this division. Below is a chart of the supplemental request for the Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums. So, wrapping up, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources achieved several milestones in fiscal year 25, reflecting our ongoing commitment to service, stewardship, and sustainability. For ease of reference, a detailed summary of accomplishments by division is provided in the appendix to this testimony. However, some of our highlights include the completion and the adoption of the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, which is a critical tool for guiding responsible development across the territory, the launch of our electronic permitting system, Municity, for application submissions. We have done Zoning 101 training sessions for all DPNR staff, offering practical, layperson-friendly instruction on zoning and subdivision codes, development calculations, and code strengths and weaknesses. And these sessions have been recorded for ongoing staff development. We secured over $70 million in funding to support the conservation and enhancement of our green spaces. Continued public engagement through our Science Saturdays program, streamed live via Facebook on the second Saturday of each month, promoting environmental awareness and education. We've upgraded our enforcement fleet assets, including 2 new vessels deployed in both districts to strengthen regulatory enforcement and public safety. The execution of over $8 million in subrecipient agreements under the Historic Disaster Recovery Program, supporting critical restoration efforts. Promotion of Virgin Islands culture and heritage through art displays, musical performance, folk-like festivals held across the territory. In addition to the completed accomplishments listed above, we also anticipate, prior to the end of the fiscal year, making several land purchases for the territorial park system and launching our recreational fishing program to the public. These accomplishments are a direct result of the hard work and dedication of the 150-plus men and women of DPNR. I extend my deepest gratitude for their service and commitment to our mission. Their collective efforts continue to foster economic growth while safeguarding the territory's natural and cultural resources for future generations. In closing, I thank the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands for the opportunity to present the department's fiscal year 2026 budget. With your continued support and our federal partnerships, DPNR is well positioned to maintain operational efficiency, restore essential services, and contribute meaningfully to the Brian Roach administration's vision of a stronger, more resilient Virgin Islands. The road ahead will present challenges, especially in securing adequate funding, but the staff and DPNR stand ready to meet them head on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Oriol, for your testimony, comprehensive testimony, I must say. I gleaned from it some progress as well as some challenges, so we'll dig into some questions in respect to that. My first question to you is whether or not you have received all of your 2025 allotments to date.
No, Senator.
What was your last allotment, or what is the delta? What are you short of?
I'll have Ms. Henry answer.
Morning, April Henry, Director of Business Administration. We've received our 9th month allotment, and we're still missing our 10th, 11th, 12th.
10th, 11th, and 12th. And how much is that in aggregate?
I believe it's 2 million. Hold on.
Like 3 million?
I think it's around there.
I think
What you look for?
Bog Park is going to be around 3 million.
About $3 million.
2 million one.
2.1.
2.1 million. And what is the communication with OMB and finance in respect to that?
There's no communication at this time. We were told when they are prepared to send, they will send.
Just like that. Just like that. Interesting. So, what about vendors payment? How much do you owe in vendors payment?
As of July 2nd, our outstanding obligation is $827,994.46.
And what is the age on that? How far back are you going?
I can give you that 1 second.
And let me get a number again, please. 800.
$827,994.46.
Okay.
1 second on the age.
While you look for that, I just want to welcome the presence of non-committee member, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
No, we don't have that. These are just these. I would have to provide that at a later time, Senator.
Okay, no problem. Revenues. Let's talk a little bit about your revenues. How much have you collected thus far in revenues?
Our collections as of June 30th total $4,166,727.56.
How does this compare to the last fiscal year, FY 2024, at the same time?
Senator, I believe we're right on par with where we were last year as well.
Should we be on par or a little bit ahead?
So the last year we actually presented in the early part of June, and then here we're presenting a month later. So our big, particularly on the reclamation side, where the marinas are paying, is usually in the August through October timeframe is when we're getting big chunks of checks.
Okay. What is your projection, revenue projection for FY 2025?
So for the 25, hold on, let me pull that up. Our projection for fiscal year 25 was around 8 million.
8 million. So we're about close to 50%.
Yeah.
To date. Okay. I'm going to open up the floor at this time to my colleagues, and then I'll come back and ask some additional questions. I'll do a 5-minute round, and the order that we'll be going in this morning so far is Senator Balkes, Senator Frederick, Senator Balkes, Senator Blyden, Senator Frederick, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Fonseca, Senator Potter, Senator Maurice James, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator Balkes, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, central staff, and good morning to the Department of Planning and Natural Resources Commissioner. And I apologize, your name again with Commissioner Oriel.
April Henry.
Ms. Henry, so I apologize. So good morning to everyone. Commissioner, your department, as you know, has a very big responsibility that spreads across many different areas. And I know that a lot of them require a lot of time and effort and enforcement, which I know is something that you are struggling with. How have the efforts moved forward concerning bulking up the enforcement for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and what sort of vacancies exist in that space, and what efforts have you been working on to make sure that we can sort of get that division up to where it needs to be?
So thank you for the question, Senator. So honestly, over the last 2 years, we were actually pretty well staffed in our enforcement division, having 6 officers in the St. Croix district, 5 in St. Thomas, and then we had a posting for 1 officer on St. John. Unfortunately, of the resignations that I mentioned earlier, we had 2 resignations in the St. Thomas office as well as 1 retirement. So right now I'm down to 2 full-time officers, and we have posted for applicants. The issue that we normally face is that if you post a vacancy this early and you're not really sure when the academy is going to take place, if it's not happening within the next 2 months, then you may lose the interest of the person who may qualify.
Okay, noted. I want to shift from that, but good luck on those efforts.
Thank you.
The post-auditor report revealed that, and I think that was back in May 31st, that you only spent about 52% of your general fund appropriation, with $863,000 in unspent obligations. Are you able to utilize those funds before the closing of the fiscal year? Are you on track?
Yes, Senator. I mean, the bulk of our general fund allotment is personnel, and then we only had 1 vacancy on the general fund coming into fiscal year 25.
Okay.
So,
Okay, very well. You have about 165 federal grant-funded positions that are tied to temporary or expiring awards. What's your long-term plan to maintain the continuity of that personnel, especially with the critical divisions that you have, Fish and Wildlife, SHPO, DEP?
So many of there are 2 types of grants, Senator. There are grants, and then there are cooperative agreements. Cooperative agreements is the world that we exist in, where you have personnel on those, and those are monies that you get on an annual basis, and you'll have carryover. So even though an award might end this year,
Okay.
it can carry over, and then those staff that are funded on there will be on there and eligible. My division of coastal zone management, my division of environmental protection, my division of fish and wildlife, those are all awards that carry over every year.
Okay, noted.
And then you do have some expiring awards, but a lot of that is also passed through by us to the utility company.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. You have a 23% increase in your utilities. What's the reason for that?
I think 2 things, Senator. One is that what was originally budgeted last year was not sufficient, to the point where when after the 35th did budget markup, you actually increased our utility amount. So, and then the second is we also have to recognize that there are new buildings coming online. So the Turnbull Library by itself is going to be a massive, massive utility generating expense. And so we have to make sure that we made sure we voiced 3 buildings becoming online in 26 and having some appropriation for that.
Are you talking about those capital projects, Fort Frederick, Fort Christian, Enid, Emba?
No, so I'm mainly focused, yes, Enid Ba, Peterson, and the Enid Ba, Peterson, the St. John office, and the Turnbull Library are 4 buildings that will come online this year.
And that's funded by FEMA?
Yes.
Okay. Any contingency for reserves in place in case you have a cost overrun or escalations?
1 minute.
We've been using CIP funding to deal with a lot of cost overruns. So, for example, Enid Ba, although it is a FEMA-funded project, FEMA represents only about 20% of the funds. We're using a lot of CIP funding for that.
Okay. Your DEP division remains under a high-risk federal designation. What limits its ability to receiving the full funding that it should be getting, or the causes of the delays for the reimbursement?
So right now, what we have done is worked out an agreement where
30 seconds.
our costs for our fixed costs as well as our contractual obligations, once they see that we've followed our procurement guidelines, they will release those funds. The main thing that causes problems is salaries. Salary infringes on a complete reimbursement, and we have to go through an accounting practice called a true-up process. And so that is extremely burdensome because, again, we that takes running an accounting protocol for that. And we have now hired Mr. Chair, if I may finish, we now have contracted 2 external accounting folks to assist us not only with our current fiscal year, but the past years that we're trying to get reimbursed as well.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, if I may have, thank you, Mr. Chair. Your municipal e-permitting system, it's partially implemented. What has been the delay for the full rollout? If you could sort of put that on the record so that we can sort of understand where you are and how much time, more time you need.
Yeah, honestly, it was so staffing shortfalls, like people who are program managers who left the programs, whether through resignation or retirement, who were on the original scoping team for when we were building out the system. And so all of the behind the scenes work needed to have a point person in every division that could continuously give the software developers the information. And we had a lot of people drop out. And so now, I did not want to delay the launch of the system, particularly for the permits and CZM divisions. So we moved forward and we said we would go back, and then now smaller divisions like SHPO, but more complex divisions like the Division of Environmental Protection, we're going to add them in, but it's going to come at an additional cost for me.
Okay, very well, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your line of question, Senator Bulkes. Real quickly, Commissioner, before I go to the next senator, which will be Senator Blyden. As a revenue and a regulatory agency, enforcement is critical. What is the creativity being deployed to at least continue to attract enforcement officers? Do you have an opportunity, like, for example, the police department have auxiliary officers or even cadet programs, or now they have CSOs, community service officers? Is there any creativity, that you're deploying to help you to be able to attract additional officers?
So thank you for the question, Senator. It's interesting because we just had that conversation last week, myself and Director Forbes. So when we bring somebody on and they're actually getting ready to enter into the academy, they're an enforcement recruit, right? And so the idea is, well, we have the funding, so let's bring them on board to be side by side with some of the officers. We just have to control what situations they would be in. But if they're available, we can create that kind of, they'll get hands-on training first before going into the enforcement academy. So we were looking into, we were looking in with Post as to whether or not we could do something like that. Because again, we're not calling them officers, we're not paying them as officers, they're recruits. And so that's sort of where the mindset is now, because we do have a few interested individuals in coming into the program, and we want to take advantage of that. We don't want them waiting around and then taking other opportunities.
Very well. I'd love to further the discussion, because even if we need some legislation to allow you to be able to do that, I think it's critical that we're able to at least attract these individuals, and giving them that on-the-job training experience even before they go to the academy could save you in the long run. Because people might have an interest in it, but they go out there, maybe they get seasick, for example,
right, or
they don't no longer like it once they're experiencing it. So I think that giving them that opportunity to either be a cadet or CSO or some subcategory of enforcement officer will assist you in that endeavor. The energy as well, you talk about the projection of increased energy costs. Is there any alternative energy being deployed or considered? Are you having discussion with the energy office, perhaps a solar plant or something else?
So we actually have a few grants that would allow us on some of our facilities to actually install solar and battery. The main one right now is we have a significant, or not a significant, but a good amount of funding to put some solar back up on the Turnbull Library. However, one of the engineering reports that we received during the reconstruction process of the roof was that there was a deflection in the roof, and that damage was caused because of the weight of the solar panels. And so We did ask that we not only fix it but create something that maybe provides a little bit more stability. And we're waiting for the roofing contractor's opinion as to whether or not we are good to go to put solar back up on the roof system or not. So,
And I think everything should be on the table, right? Perhaps even deploying them in your parking lot, and they become shed or covers as well, may be considered if they present a threat for your roof.
so we absolutely looked at that prior to, like, we have three options. The creating the shed covers with the panels, it costs twice as much, and you get 1/3 the actual efficient energy production.
Okay.
So we have looked at that as an option if we cannot do, but we would just be we would look to probably put more battery storage, and then just it would be slower production because there would be less panels.
Understood. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Marvin Blyden. Vice Chair, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Oriel and Director Henry. And thank you so much for your testimony, most comprehensive testimony. As my colleague said, that last Senator, you do have a large responsibility, and you play a very important role in our territory, especially when it comes to our environment and our recovery, in my opinion. I have many questions, to be honest with you, though, because you manage 138 million, you say, in federal funds.
Approximately, yes, Senator.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And like you said, a lot of it is passed through, but at the same time, a lot of it impacts us in many ways. And let me ask you, though, in terms of your capacity and your staffing, how many vacancies you say you have?
Sorry, let me look at that really quickly.
And while you're looking for that, you spoke about a supplemental budget for 3 areas in particular, and I want to focus on one in particular, but you have a response for me in terms of vacancies?
It's in my human
Okay,
capital page.
That's fine, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
You spoke to 3 areas in particular, and I want to focus on your permits division, because that's going to cover employees also with a supplemental budget for those employees, correct?
Yes.
And with our recovery and with all of the different capital projects that's coming through, and the bundles and housing space, etc., there's so much going on. How do you plan to really get a hold of that division in particular, so we can push forward in terms of a recovery, in rebuilding our homes, etc., to assure that we collect the revenues that's necessary in order for your department to actually go and expand, etc. What's the plan? Succinctly.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So again, the answer is boots on the ground, the long and short of it, because while we can improve our efficiency in the office in terms of plan review, that's people who are submitting. We've made it easier. But now you need the boots on the ground to make sure that everybody actually is permitted, that everybody's doing it as the plans lay out. So we're at this critical juncture where we can't afford to go down in inspectors. We need to maintain or go higher.
Training. Where are we at with training in terms of that area also?
So we have done a number of trainings, particularly in-house. One of the things we do is we bring the International Code Council, the ICC, down to the territory and do trainings for our inspectors, making sure that they're aware of what the updates are, everything. And we're actually working on something right now with the Department of Labor to enhance more training and try and improve our recruitment.
How many inspectors do you have
Hold on one second.
on board?
I would say at least 20, Senator.
At least 20?
Yes.
Okay, how much do you think would right fit in terms of having the right amount of inspectors for you to really push forward? What the right fit number in your opinion?
Honestly, I think a total of 25, and then also where we need is we need an increase our number of plan reviewers as well. So the municipality system because it's easy and efficient and people can just send their drawings and requests in from home, we're seeing a rise. And so we also need people to be on the front side of the plan review.
And you spoke to the special fund, which you have 10.9 million approximately, which includes fines, fees, rental of submerged land, etc. That division
1 minute.
or that area, do you believe we can see an increase in that space?
So the 10 million in non-appropriated funds, we
Yes.
can the more efficient we become in terms of making people apply for things, then the larger that number can grow.
I think with your department, there's a lot of funds in terms of actions that happens that we are not able to recoup in that space because, like I said, there's so much going on.
30
At the
seconds.
same time, it's hard to catch everyone and everything. But I believe that we need to really drill down in this area, and it will help bring in more fines for the department. But let me ask you, in respect to the post-audit report, my colleague spoke to it, the chair spoke to it in terms of outstanding vendor payments. There's a lot of vendor payments in the post-audit report that have pending approval from January, most of them February. And we are in July right now. What's going on in that space? What's happening? Why? It's taking so long to get approval, not just pending from since then, but here we are in July, and there's a lot pending approval. What's the challenge? And how are you trying to deal with that?
Good morning, April Henry, Director of Business
Time.
Administration. So we have been in contact with our individual in the Department of Finance. We have one individual approving our invoices. When we notice that something is there for a long time, we just give them a call and see if we can get it moving. Once it hits our unit in DPNR, we take about 3 to 5 days to review and approve, but once it gets to the Department of Finance, it is out of our control, but we are in communication with Department of Finance Accounting Division.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may, with your federal grants, and as we said, it's a lot. But like I said, some of those funds affect us in the territory, especially with, for instance, the one that deal with sarcasm, and you say that there's the opportunity to even get more funds moving forward. And I know you also said at the same time that we don't plan to see certain federal funds within the next 3 years, etc., because of the new administration, etc. My question is, with many of these federal grants, that many of them are set to expire, etc., at the end of this year, some in 26, 27, what's the plan, honestly, knowing this, where we are right now with this new administration, and their stance on a lot of the areas that affects us? What's our plan to assure, number one, that we do not see any more federal funds going back? Secondly, how we manage those funds? And third, how we assure that we onboard individuals to help with capacity issues and making sure that we do everything in our power to utilize those funds.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So one of the things that we did over the last 15 months is beef up our business and administrative services division to bring on board more financial personnel in order to make sure that we're managing our funds properly. Because again, a lot of the funds, while some of them are programmatic, a lot of them are passed through, and you know, we want to make sure that we're not losing that opportunity. In terms of where we are looking and seeing what may or may not transpire, unfortunately, we can't predict what will happen on the federal side. We do maintain constant communication with our lobbyists in Washington, D.C. We meet with them annually. Sometimes, myself, I know I meet with a couple of mine at least 3 times a year so that we get complete updates. But you know, the long and short of it is, unless Congress actually changes some federal law to not require things like Clean Water Act or Clean Air Act, if they try and change the law, then the federal government is still required to provide resources for those things. And so there will be a stream of resources into the states and territories because we're required to monitor for these things. We're required to do some permitting for these things. But that, this administration has shown that they could lower those funds. And that's where we just have to keep a close eye on.
Any clawback in respect to our watershed or the Clean Drinking Water Act, etc.? Do we have any issues in that area? Because that's very important for us here.
So we're still actually waiting for the full review of the BBB that was passed. But one of the fears that we had was that the state drinking water funding that comes to us, the normal appropriation is about $4 or $5 million a year. Under the Biden administration with the bipartisan infrastructure law, that now went to 33, 40, 45. So this year, the reason why we're showing 146 million is that 50 million of that is awards that are going to WAPA and to the Waste Management Authority for the improvements on our drinking water and stormwater infrastructure, not stormwater, sewage infrastructure. So they were proposing to reduce the amount of BIL funds for those programs significantly, like a $9 billion cut was what was proposed by the Trump administration in the skinny budget in May. So the other thing that we realize is that a lot of commerce that's taking place, supply chains being filled, everything is because of the Biden infrastructure law. Yeah. So I don't think Congress is going to eliminate all of the funding because that's what's keeping the economy going. But they certainly were in favor of shrinking the number and the dollar figure. So we are still waiting on the analysis from our lobbyists as to what those numbers look like. We haven't received them yet.
Thank you so much for your responses. Mr. Chair, thank you for your leniency. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Just real quickly, in regards to the vendors' payment, and you have indicated that you owe about $827,000 in vendors' payment. When does it become critical mass? When do you step in, Commissioner, call up the Commissioner of Finance, McCurdy, or OMB, or someone, so that we could, engage the nuclear option? We have to be able to get these, because I'm sure there's an impact to your services as a result of, these owed vendors payment.
It is. So I would say, Senator, it's around like the 60-day mark if it hasn't been, because one of the things that does take place is that, within the administration, your departments are called out if you having a backlog on vendor payments. And so for us, there's a difference between not having them in and having them in and they're pending. And so we need to make sure that they push. A lot of times what is taking place also is that the Department of Finance has to see that we've completed the draws on our federal accounts in order for them to release those monies. And sometimes, I think it's a staffing issue. So you have to resend information. But I have gotten involved on several occasions because, again, we want to make sure that our vendors are willing to do business with us. And the small ones here locally in terms of operations, they have some frustrations as well, and we side with them on that.
Absolutely, and the squeaky wheels is what going to get the oil, right? So you have to really continue to champion the vendors payment there. How is morale at DPNR? And the reason why I asked, again, I'm seeing where you had 16 hires, 22 separation, which means that your delta, you're down at least 6 individuals. So how are you, what's the morale like?
Good question, Senator. I would say that like all the government agencies right now, inflation has risen faster than you can actually negotiate for. And so I really dislike tying morale to salaries, but a lot of people do. And so, people are being hit hard when it comes to inflation. And, when you have a collective bargaining agreement that's only doing a 1 or 2% increase per year, it's not keeping up with that rate. So But I think that for those who do fully enjoy like working in the environment that we do, there are a lot of people who like what they do every day and they continue to do it.
Okay. Are you doing exit interviews to determine where
Yes.
they're going? Okay.
We are.
So you have a
We have
glance
an idea of
what's happening in that
yes.
space. Okay.
And then before you move on, just to answer Senator Blyden's question about the number of vacancies, so it's 60.
60?
60. 60.
Significant. The chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good morning, everyone. Testifiers, thank you for coming today and defending your budget. The listening and viewing audience, my colleagues, my office, and our wonderful central staff here at the legislature for helping us make today happen. Commissioner, you're one of my favorites because you're a straight shooter and you have a tough job. But what makes your department so appealing to me is you generate an enormous amount of federal support grants, and it doesn't cost us that much. So we were talking earlier about how much revenues you generate, and the number was like 8 million. And I'm so excited that we could grow that number, and I know we should, because there's opportunity, which helps our Treasury, helps your department get a lot of these issues that we need resolved, taken care of. What was the amount of revenues you generated in FY 2024?
The total collection in 2024, it's actually the last line in that section of this. Let me just pull it up real quick.
Okay. So 132 million in federal grants, I think it's phenomenal with only 138 employees.
So to answer your first question, Senator, so the total collections in FY24 was $8,452,461. And the total amount of employees right now, as of June 30th, is 151 employees, not 138. But yes,
You're
you're
151. Okay, great. So we're really poised to make that $8 million number grow substantially if we could get the head counts in there, right?
Yes, I mean we typically over the last average of our last 5 years are right around like 7.7 to 8 million, and we think we can grow that number as well.
I was looking at the post auditor's review on some of the expenses. This year is pretty unique because there's some huge hits that's coming in. For example, travel seems to be, it just stands out, $769,931, page 7 of the post auditor. Can you expound on that, please?
Yep.
Morning, April Henry. So that amount is equal to about 2 of our divisions, our environmental protection and our territorial parks. They are the 2 divisions that have the most federal funds. That amount for travel is written in their budget. It's over, I want to say about 5. I know parks grant is about for 5 years, but this is the money that we're going into fiscal year 26 with. We may or may not use that amount, but it is written within the grants that we must attend the grantor agencies' trainings and workshops.
Okay, great. So that's all federal money anyway. So, okay.
The good bulk of it, yes.
Okay, great. Let's talk about some leases here. We got some leases expiring this month.
That's correct.
Rainbow Plaza, $238,000 a year. Are we
No,
looking?
it should be 331, Senator.
I see 238,382. Page 7 of the post audit report.
Okay.
Did we miss something? Mr. Chair, can you clarify with the post auditor?
I can.
You have a question for the post auditor?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Here,
Yeah. Cost share.
It's cost share.
Okay. Yeah. So the total rent, Senator, is $331,000, but there is a cost share. So some of it comes from local resources, some of it comes from our federal resources.
Okay, great. All right, so those numbers stuck out. I wanted to make sure we cover those. So let's talk about
1 minute.
page 8 of the Post Auditor's Report, federal grants. There's some expired grants that I need to know the status of these. We've got the Emergency Supplemental Historic Preservation Fund expired in March of this year, and we left $599,000 on the table.
So
30 seconds.
yeah, I think that, so when you see something like the Coastal Zone Administration Awards that are highlighted, like, so CZM awards are a maximum of 3 years. So if we receive the award in 2022, it's going to expire in 2025. You can get a 1-year extension if you justify it. But I think that so I just got a note that all of our awards actually we've submitted for the extensions on them. So.
Okay, so it's pending. Hopefully we'll get them back. Okay, so I noticed this year, especially in September, it seems to be like a deadline, September 30th. A whole lot of these grants are expiring, and there's still quite a bit of funds available. For example, let's look at the Historic Preservation Fund grant. Mr. Chair, if I could just finish up. $347,877. Where are we with that? Are we going to be able to spend that money?
Yes.
So a lot of these are back filled. Is it a reason why it takes that long? Because it gets right up to the finish line. We're in July and we're 2 months away, 60-some days away from it.
So when you have like an administration award that's covering your salaries, it's covering it for the fiscal year. So we'll be charging against those awards through September, but then you're now going to complete your draws by December and close out the award. So, and then they overlap with a new incoming award. So most of our awards for operations coincide with the federal fiscal year as well. And so we put in our award proposals between April and May. We receive our award notices in August. They come online for the new fiscal year in November. So you operate on those existing awards through the close, and then you now close out the award 90 days following. So, and then just on the Emergency Supplemental Historic Preservation Fund, so we've exhausted the operational expenses on that. Some of this is now we're waiting on the awardees that we gave funding to. We can't give them 100% of funding up front. And so we have to wait until they turn in their progress in order for us to liquidate reimbursement.
Real quick, my libraries, I wanted to talk about that. I noticed your supplemental is going to be over $1 million for us, the local government, now to take care of it since funding has evaporated on the federal side. The supplemental that you gave us, is that all those employees are currently on board for the library, or these are what
the
we
majority
project?
So a lot of the employees that are in there are existing, but then we're asking for additional as well. So for example,
Can you note what they are, which ones are existing? Because I couldn't tell if it was currently on hand or not.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
Thank
right.
you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of question. Commissioner, do you have any federal funds in jeopardy at this time?
Nothing jeopardy-wise that we're worried about, like being completely gone. What we do know, for example, is that I can give a quick example. Like our Coral Reef Conservation Program funds, we were at about 700,000 for fiscal year 24. Fiscal year 25 was not released. I think they just sent a NOFO out after the BBB was passed. But Congress reduced that pot of funding from 33 or 34 million down to 26 million, which means that the award will we will probably lose like $200,000 in that because they have to take that money and split it up amongst the 7 states and territories that have coral reef resources. So that breakdown is going to result in a lower amount for us, probably an average of about 200,000 or so.
Okay. And do you have a federal grants administrator? You have somebody that actually oversees the federal grants separate and apart from your general and local funds?
We have 3 right now, and then we are interviewing for a 4th.
Okay. All right. So this is not commingled with the local, or whether you have somebody that actually
No,
just...
and then we have people that just deal with the local side of funding as well.
Very well. Thank you. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Commissioner Oriel, how are you doing today?
All right, Senator.
So before I begin, anything but budget, I have one big question. What about the old boat out there?
Yeah. So, thank you for the question, Senator. So that vessel, we have grown impatient with what's happening right now. When there was activities taking place like shortly after, and that vessel has insurance. What happened is the contractor was nervous about getting in the water because there was raw discharge that was taking place. We knew right at that time one of the lines behind the territory, the police building had collapsed. We knew what was going on, everything. So we gave them a little bit of time. But we've now, so we tested the water actually just last week and this week. And both instances have come back and the lab has said, your bacteria count is extremely high. That's what it came back as. Yeah. But for me, we've also sent or prepared to send a notice to the owner that says that by now, you all could have figured out whatever your alternative was in terms of not having people in the water full time. You could have used a barge, a crane barge, anything like that to hurry this up. So we are now invoking penalty provisions in order to speed that up. And then if I end up removing it, then it will be the cost of the removal plus the penalty provision.
Well, Commissioner, let me tell you something, man. We had about 3 or 4 other boats, and the guys that you contracted went in the same water.
Correct.
And removed them.
Correct. And we notified.
So I don't know who these special guys is. Tell them get their act together. Our harbor needs to be clean.
Yeah. We notified them
and the residents.
We notified them that we were taking away our boats and that we could have arranged the same, but they so we are pushing back now because it's getting ridiculous.
How many employees do you have making under 35,000?
15.
I see in the post-audit report, the general fund allocation for debris removal has increased 472% from fiscal year FY26 from 2,099 to 12,000. What's the justification?
Go ahead. The trash removal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. That amount is for trash removal within the districts, sorry.
Okay.
So Senator, to answer the question, I think this is more, the 12,000 is more realistic as to what it costs because again, we have to pay a hauler to take away bins, rentals, all of those things. It's not $20 a month, right? Like $2,000 a year is going to be, no, I mean, that's $200 a month. It's more than that.
Good. You didn't walk with your VICA crew today, but given the termination of your federal library support, can VICA or other DPNR entities fill the cultural programming gaps?
I mean, so I want to be very clear. The federal funding for our libraries was only about $138,000 a year, but it was very specific in terms of what we were using it for. A good portion of it was to pay like the subscription fees, the software that you use to like check out books and do all of those things. Those things are very expensive, to the tune of like almost $40,000 per facility.
1 minute.
So, but the program, it also gave programming money. So the thing is that VICA really can't afford to support anybody but themselves, because they right now don't have enough to support themselves.
Yeah. So VICA had about $375,000 in a special fund support, and then $366,000
Last year.
in general fund. That was enough to cover, to ensure equitable access to all the programs in the islands.
Yes. So, and again, that funding
30 seconds.
is, we get an NEA grant, a National Endowment for the Arts grant, of about $350,000, if I'm not mistaken, or 360. And so the legislature over time had previously exceeded that amount, but right now it's matching it almost 1-to-1. So we're looking at ways where we're going to reduce operating costs for VICA in the upcoming fiscal year, freeing up a couple of dollars, and then also have some revenue generating experiences, just because we're moving them into the Enidba facility to be able to see what other things we can do.
Good, Mr. Chair, if I may ask one wrap-up question. Why did other services not otherwise classified decrease by over 35 million, 81% from fiscal year 25 to FY 26 under federal funds?
On our report, Senator, or under the post-audit report?
I got it from the post-audit report, sir.
So if you could just let us know which page.
And there was a 81% reduction. What was in the? I wrote it down. Sorry. Mr. Chairman, I'll come back to them with that.
Okay.
Very well.
Yeah.
Find the page number. Thank you, Senator. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and special welcome to Commissioner Oriel and his Business and Administration Director, April Henry. Page 9, the non-appropriated local special funds. You got 6 funds there. You got the Coastal Protection Fund, the Legal Publication Fund, the Fish and Game Fund. I was able to get the balance of that. That's $528,358. The underground storage tank, I couldn't get the balance for that. The Natural Resource Reclamation Fund, that was $9.4 million, and the Air Pollution Control Fund, $196,207. So do you have the balance of the Coastal Protection Fund and the Legal Publication Fund? Through the chair, can I request those balances?
Yes, April.
Okay, so that's 3 funds: the Coastal Protection Fund, the Legal Publication Fund, and the Underground Storage Tank Fund.
You want them right now, Senator, as of?
Yeah, well, yes, I would like to get them if you can give me, but I don't want to waste the time, so I'll go on to another question. Okay, on page 26, your supplement number 1, the division of permits. The vice chair of this committee had some similar questions. Okay, I looked in that division. There are actually 14 persons in that division here that have a salary of less than $35,000. What is so interesting is that the chief field superintendent have a salary of $35,020. So that means most other people in his division will come up to 35,000. He'll be still at 3520. That's good for all the others, but I'm sure he'll probably have a issue with that. So, I would advise you to look at that. Okay, so and that's in the division of permits. What is so interesting about that, right, is that the supplement is your acts, and it's included in your grand total today?
Yes.
It
No,
is.
I'm sorry. No,
No.
the 7,009,000 does
Yeah.
not include the actual supplements.
Okay, so that's 575,000 add.
Yeah, it'll be about $2 million extra, Senator.
Okay. And then the libraries is a 1.4 million. I was going to get to that one. Okay, so let's go to the libraries, which is a supplement number 2. So you have 5 libraries at Telly, McFarlane, Charles Wesley Turnbull, Ian Lane, Ione Sproul, Enid Barr, Florence Augusta Williams, right? Those are your 5 libraries?
Yes.
How many of them are open?
2.
The
Or-
turn.
no. I'm sorry. 1 is open to the public right now.
Okay, which one is open?
The Florence Williams Library.
Okay. So let me ask you, right? Because in that division too, the library, they have a slew of people is under 35,000 as well. As a matter of fact, a slew under 30,000. The libraries now are transforming. They're offering the canopy, the hoopla, which is the video streaming and the audio books and the e-books and the robotic kits. Are we offering any of those in the library?
Yes, Senator.
We are? Okay, and we offer high-speed internet and
Yes,
the
Senator.
hotspot? Okay, good. So now, Enid Barr Library, you mentioned some changes, the retail store, the Council of the Arts might move there.
Yes, Senator.
They might, so that's still on track,
Yes, Senator.
and it'll have a tourist welcome center.
Yes.
1 minute.
Are you going to charge? Do you plan to collect any fees?
Yeah, we're gonna charge for the made in the pop-up shop, like rental space for the artisans to have their goods. We're going to have like an artist exhibit space where we can charge for that. We're going to charge for like the use of the courtyard for musical presentations, those types of things. And then also, if we can work out how
30
we would do
seconds.
it for like a computer center, we would charge non-library card holders for the use of the computer center.
Okay, that's a very good idea. I extremely am in favor of that because you drive by there and you see that restoration going on. That place is looking real well, and it's a real historic building. It's not just an old building in a historic district, but that's a real historic building. I have to congratulate you on that. The Welcome Center, give me your ideas. Exactly what do you have in mind?
So, Senator, the thought behind the Welcome Center was that we feel that a lot of patrons to town start, on Crown Princess Gata out over here by the fort,
Time.
and many of them don't even make it all the way up to Main Street. This
Right.
is an idea where now, if you were to come up from the western end, it would be more welcoming. Your very first shop would not be, things that are made in China or jewelry all over, but real local products, and try and encourage and entice visitors to start their experience from the western side of town. Start with Market Square, see the local crafts, local foods, those types of things. And so that's our idea, is that we would be able to have that, and then have people that are just greeters, right? We have greeters at the airport. When you come in, you can have greeters in town inside the Welcome Center, and you can learn a whole lot about the territory. And then if you're, cruise ship visitor, maybe you learn something that says, okay, I want to visit St. Thomas as a week passenger or something like that.
And the taxi drivers used to bring the tourists right in front of the building, so you could work with our hard-working taxi industry so that we can get that. That's a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, for your line of questions. Commissioner, I'm seeing here that in leases and rental, you're spending almost, over $800,000 in leases and rentals, $331,000 in St. Croix, $471 on St. Thomas. Over an 8-year period of time, you slated to spend $6.4 million. Is this of concern to you?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It is. So right now, the department is pursuing an opportunity where we can own our own facility in St. Croix using a FEMA PW. And we would be able to move into that facility probably 2 years from now. We actually have, we've already engaged the owner. We're trying to get closing documents, everything done so that we just spend the time on the A&E and the renovation of it. The St. Thomas, it is my dream. It is my dream to move DPNR into the old barracks down in sub-base, the 3-story WAPA building, old WAPA building. That building is amazing. We spent $1 million on it already in terms of having a full set of architectural and bid documents done. We've removed the majority of the we've removed the majority of the environmental concerns in there. Asbestos remediation, everything cost us about $700,000. So now, the reason why you see the fund balance in the reclamation fund has been kind of high is because we've systematically over the last 3 years have been stacking some dollars aside trying to make sure that we can get in that building. So we have $2 million in federal dollars right now. We have $3 million in local resources. We have another $1.5 million in proposals that we've written for. We need another $4 million to be able to move into that building, but it's wide open. It would probably be an 18 to 2 year build out as well. So I think we can get it done for 9.
So I think that, and I pose that question because I think that we need to have that discussion. I think that there's some opportunities that we need to look at. But, I can't imagine that we'll continue for the next 10 years to pay, rental leases, when we could actually own our own building. So I'm hoping that, at some point, my colleagues and I could be able to tabletop this discussion and really provide some funding to support that initiative. The Rainbow Building itself, we have paid for that between DPNR and the Virgin Islands Police Department 10 times over the original cost of that building back in the days. So a lot of times we're reluctant to want to spend the money to purchase these buildings, but over time, we pay for them 5 and 10 folds. Point of information, Senator Lewis. Recognize the mic of Senator Lewis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Oriel, my question before I asked about is on page 7 of the post-audit report.
Okay.
And the question was, let me repeat, so you could get a full grasp of it. Why did the other services, NOC, decrease over 35 million, 81%, from fiscal year FY25 to fiscal year 26 under federal funds? What was in that 43 million last year?
Director? April Henry, Director of Business Administration. So most of that money is actually for some of our grants, our sub-grants. We had it budgeted under, we had it budgeted under other NOC in fiscal year 25, and this fiscal year we budgeted under grants NOC. So you'll see a big shift in that based on the guideline from Department of Finance as to where we must allocate those monies.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, okay, great. That answer it. And Commissioner Oriel, as it pertains to the ENID, but sometimes you must give a man a little credit. So which administrator would instrumental in that.
So-
Thank you.
So thank you to the administrator who also had the vision for us to put a nice state-of-the-art restroom facility for patrons of downtown, and we hope that also comes with the funding to operate it as well.
Well, we still ain't hear who's the administrator, but the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Thank you, Senator Lewis. Stands a recess for 2 minutes. And we are out of recess, and again, we're here at the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and we have before us at this time DPNR, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Potter, followed by Senator Maurice James, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, back in January, we had a conversation with Director Edwards and Ms. Hill in regards to the Trust of Public Lands and regarding the Maroon Sanctuary Territorial Park project. We had an update in March. Do you currently have an available update or completion of that purchase at this time?
Senator, we are shooting for before Labor Day.
Before Labor Day.
It's really on the availability of paperwork everything is in the finalization process, and so we are definitely doing the closing between late July and early sometime in August.
Okay, that's good information. And is there any discussion being had with Department of Tourism or other entities, civic organization, in maximizing the best use of that property, especially as we talk about the tourism product improvement? Is there any discussion being had with those entities?
So the first thing, actually, Senator, when I was doing the update for the territorial park system, one of the things that we were going to do is like these community surveys in terms of what low impact activities we would like to see as part of the system. And then we also have with some Department of Interior funding, something that we're working on called the Territorial Outdoor Recreation Plan. And so those two things will begin the discussions in terms of what the appropriate activities are. And then we can start working on the marketing of them once we drill down to what activities we want to see and how we would then need to push those spaces.
Very well, thank you. And that involve, I guess, community town hall meetings and those type of discussion.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. The chair will now recognize Senator Milton Potter. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to you, Commissioner Oriel, as well as the Director of Business and Administration, Ms. April Henry. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you just to kind of follow up on what my colleague here on the left started engaging you with the Enid Bar Library. Where are we with that project exactly right now?
So right now it is about 30% complete. But once the elevator shaft is completed, then they're gonna the completion percentage is gonna jump in droves on a weekly basis.
Okay.
I just personally did a walkthrough there, not this past week, but the week before. So we see where they are, and there are certain things that they need allowances from us and the fire service on, particularly on the fire management system, before they start to close up. But once they start to close up the walls and put in the finishing, then it is going to move a whole lot quicker.
Okay. Barring any unforeseen circumstances we can't plan for, what would you say would be your expected delivery time?
So the contractor is looking to turn the building over to us in November.
November of this year?
Of this year.
Okay. Excellent. Commissioner, with respect to Act 8515, just to refresh your memory, it appropriated $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of the Cruise Bay Fish Market and ramp modifications, and $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat dock and slipway at Inahai Pond. Can you speak to the current status of these interagency infrastructure projects?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So I can speak to the drawings for the fish market. So the Port Authority engaged the services of Moffitt and Nichols to produce the architectural and bid documents for that facility. They held one stakeholder engagement meeting, which DPNR was asked to be part of, where they met with the local fishers on St. John, got some of their ideas. And then over time, they developed some drawings, and they were completed, I believe, in January of this year to do like a small two-story fish market where the second story is more open air, and then the bottom is going to be several lockers and such. I actually have the renderings from the output, but I do not know what the Port Authority's schedule in terms of going out for bid on that is. We haven't gotten an update on that.
I've been hearing about it for so long, and just I think people would like to understand or would like to feel as though there's this interagency collaboration and somebody's actively driving and moving this project, and there's a time certain and there's progress being made, and you feel energized that something is happening. But I just don't get that feeling that is really, there is that energy and that cohesive drive towards finalizing it. I ain't hitting you with this, but just that I know you have a number of agencies that are engaged, should be engaged and involved. So that's just my 2 cents. You don't necessarily have to answer. Regarding page 15 on your testimony, Commissioner, on the FY26 initiatives, you said that in FY 2026, the Department of Environmental Protection will focus on eliminating its high-risk designation to improve program operations and streamline the grant reimbursement process, which currently limits access to full funding and flexibility. How long has EPA been, or EP been on high-risk status?
12 years.
What do you see, or what strategy do you have in the works to ensure that, you said in 2026, you expect to see some movement in that regard? I mean, what new initiative is being implemented
30 seconds.
to make sure we get out of that high-risk status?
So thank you for the question, Senator. The conditions that the government as a whole operated under in 2013 are significantly different than where we are now from 2020 forward. A lot of this had to do with the allocation of payroll and our ERP system back in the day not really being able to handle allocations of more than two sources, Mr. Chair, if I may. So with the upgrades in the systems that we've seen upgrades to procurement policy by the government as a whole. We've seen improvements in our systems overall. So systematically, we have fulfilled all of the updating of our standard operating policies and procedures over time. And those have been written and approved, which is how we now got to where our contractual obligations and our fixed costs like rent and utilities and those types of cost shares are being given to us rather than paid and reimbursed once you demonstrate. We still have some tweaking to do on the personnel side, which we believe we have actually now fixed. But one of the things that we have been asking the EPA for is to terminate the high-risk designation, still make us go through the process, the true-up process for reimbursement packages, but start with this fiscal year and say, hey, we can move forward. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to get an agreement with them on that. But we have had them come to the territory, investigate, look through our systems themselves, review our policies and procedures. And so they have seen that, all these improvements have been made. And I also should note that in January of 2020, the EPA was coming here to the Virgin Islands to release DPNR from the high risk designation. And the federal government shut down for 45 days prior to, and then as when they came back, they canceled all travel. And we had been begging for them to revisit since, and they kind of moved the goalpost on us a little bit, which we felt was completely unfair. And so to me, that led to the extension of the designation now for this last 5 years as well. So we are pushing forward. We've hired 2 external contractors who can assist us with all of this. I have in staff in the back here, I'll tell you that this is something that I've really been driving, including requesting through the GVI Fellow Program, fellows that can be dedicated to assisting us with getting through this. So, we are making a very big push to bring this money reimbursement back to the territory right now.
Excellent. Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one quick follow-up. What has been the financial impact to you? What has this status, how has it impacted DPNR from a financial standpoint?
So two things. One, it's a $7 million hit to the Treasury that needs to be reimbursed over the years. And then the second is, particularly when we have these sub-grant agreements where we're trying to put money out into the community, for long periods of time before we reached an agreement about 2 years ago, we would have to pay out, or the community members would have to actually spend the money and then be reimbursed on that. And so when you're dealing with small nonprofit organizations who probably have a capital account of about 30 or 40,000, they're unable, but they're getting a project for 200,000. They can't afford to be without that cash for a long time. Those receipts need to be reviewed and approved and turned back in so we can release the funds timely, which it was not happening, and we were having problems helping our small nonprofit partners as well.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your response. Thank you for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. Is there anything the legislature could do, or government house, or delegate to Congress? Is there any influence that could help drive this conversation further in terms of expediting the evaluation?
No, Senator. So again, with us right now, all of the milestones that were set in terms of where our systems need to be, what our standard operating policies and procedures are, like those things are there. Right now, our actual capacity in the division has been when I said, moving goalposts, like this is one of those divisions that has had some attrition, and then now, we're behind in some of our programmatic steps, and I'm there and I'm saying, hey, you don't get put on high risk for that, right? That's not what this was about. This was about our financial systems. We're going to leave it there. So our financial systems are up to date, but now we still have to do this financial piece, the true up process, the accounting piece, and we have to turn those packages back in. I still believe that the EPA could declare that we're off the high risk moving forward and still have to do the reimbursement packages. We had that discussion with the new regional administrator when he came here and made a site visit in April. And so we said we would continue that discussion sometime next month when he's in the region as well again.
Okay. The chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You are recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, everyone in and outside the room. I first want to ask you, Commissioner Oriel, I see that there was a change order with respect to the Peterson Library. And when can we expect the opening of the library? I noticed that you said demolition was completed in April, followed by mold remediation in June, But as you know, most people just want to know, when is it going to be open? When do you anticipate that happening?
So, Senator, all I can really give you right now is the estimated completion date for the project itself, which is scheduled to be sometime in February of 26. Again, what the opening of the facility or how we use it will be staffing dependent.
Staff independent?
Yes.
Okay. I noticed on that page 2 you combine Florence and Peterson. I just noticed it. But of course, all of us do typos, human error. Let me ask you about the leases. I wanted to find out with respect to the Rainbow Plaza and the Tutu Park Mall, I saw reclamation fund. Is that federal funds that are being used?
No, Senator. The Natural Resource Reclamation Fund is our local fund. However,
Okay.
for rent, we do use, we do federal cost share from 2 of our programs for Rainbow Plaza, and we do, and then the reclamation picks up the rent for the Tutu Park Mall location.
Yeah, and that's where I was going to go. My next question was going to be whether there was any cost sharing of the rents for any of the facilities that you're presently leasing. So what's the cost sharing or requirement with respect to the ones that the federal funds are contributing towards?
So, for example, our Division of Fish and Wildlife, which is 100% federally funded, there's a cost share for them in the Rainbow Plaza based on the square footage and dollars per square foot, which we rent. Yeah. Similarly, we have that as well with environmental protection. But overall, the divisions, coastal zone management is another one that has federal dollars that we have to do a match for. We don't, so we use our federal dollars primarily for the staffing portion and then some of the operations, but the reclamation piece, which is a required 50% match, is done on the rent side for that division as well.
Okay. With of course, when we move to ownership, there's a difference, right? In terms of, does the federal percentage just evaporate because we become the owners of the facility?
So what will happen, Senator, is that you won't have that necessarily that expense, but in terms of how you do your cost share, we would just change the formula. We won't apply that necessarily to rent or anything.
Okay, thank you for that. And with respect to you said there were 60 vacancies in your department, correct?
Yes.
Do you have a breakdown of how many of those vacancies are funded by federal funds? So if we have vacancies, how many are federal funded? How many are general funded?
Yes, we do.
And can you give that to me now?
I don't have the exact.
I'm focused on how much equates in federal funding in terms of vacancies, because what that means is we're not getting those federal funds into the territory to take care of an employee or employees. And as a former federal employee myself, you want to get as much money into the territory from federal funds, and especially to fund employees, because then it improves the quality of life for those employees, because those positions are usually higher than the local ones. So that's why I was asking.
So I don't have the exact number broken down for you right now. What we did is if you look at the breakdown by division and the tables that we have set up we show you what are funded vacancies in each division at the top of the table. So it'll say number of existing personnel, number of funded vacant positions. If you add up all of those, that's where you get to be around 60 or maybe 61 is that. Like the 21 positions, for example, in Fish and Wildlife, because that division is 100% federally funded, that's all federal dollars there. The 21 positions in our Division of Environmental Protection, that's majority of that, Mr. Chair, if I may. The majority of those positions are actually federally funded. So I would say probably about 16 of the 21 are federally funded. CZM has some federally funded ones as well. So there is a probably of the 60 positions, I would say 35 to 40 are probably federally funded.
That's a large percentage. Mr. Chair, may I ask one more question, please?
You may, Senator.
Thank you, sir. I just have one question that I'm curious about, and that has to do with the economic, political, and social development for the territories, those grants. Are they grants that are that cover a number of projects or programs? Because I'm seeing where the usage rate, especially for the ones that are that expire in 2025, you may have addressed this before, but it seems as if the amount of money we're able to access usually happens closer to the expiration date. So can you just give me an idea of what type of projects are funded under that specific grant?
Sure.
That's called Economic, Social, and Political Development.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Senator. So those are a combination of technical assistance program awards from the Office of Insular Areas, as well as our capital improvement project grant funding. So for example, the economic, political, social for 900,000. So I spoke to having, I spoke to having about $2 million in federal funds for the redevelopment of the WAPA building. That 900,000 is a CIP grant that would go towards that facility. The 2.688 million, that's a portion of that federal grant that right now is helping build out the Enidba facility. So once we start to actually get charges from the contractor for the parts of the building that are funded by the CIP grant, that 2.6 million is going to go down significantly. The $270,000 award that's expiring in September, that's the grant that we use to make our E-rate program. The most recent update as of June 30th is there's $1,500 remaining in that award, and we're about to make one purchase that's going to now basically bring it down to $30. So we are keeping track of all of these, but that's what those are. They're awards from the Office of Insular Areas, and they're a combination of TAP and CIP funding.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. The chair will now recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Dwayne DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, present. Commissioner, I would like to have your actuals, and you can let me know as of what date: personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges, capital outlay.
Actuals from for fiscal year 25 spent
correct.
To date?
Correct. General fund. Yeah, you have them?
Yes. Morning, April Henry. As of June 30th, our personnel is $1,956,760.96. Fringe is
$767. Is it?
$1,956,000.
Yeah.
$56,000. Sorry, $760.
760. Okay.
96 cents. Fringe, $1,028,324.11. Supplies, $70,285.02. Other services, NOC, $338,6 $621. Capital, $174,885.30 for a grand total of $3,568,876.39.
Okay, say the final number again, please.
$3,568,876.39 as of June 30th.
As of June 30th. Okay, thank you. Commissioner, now I hear you said that you have 158 employees.
151.
151. Okay, this is where part of the confusing part comes into me. 151. 61 of them are covered under the general fund only. You're asking for the same amount of money that you had in 25. Only 61 of them are covered under the general fund. Correct? In your testimony has it. 61.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then you say you have 60 vacancies.
Mm-hmm.
60 and 61, 121.
Mm-hmm.
All the others are, okay, so from 61 to 151 comes to how much? 90-something people. Out of that 90-something, 60 is vacancies.
So
I try and get your numbers straight.
So we have 151, right?
151.
So 60 vacancies puts us at 211 people, right?
Okay.
So now, of these existing, there's 14 employees right now that exist in the department that when those awards expire, those individuals no longer have a job with the department unless we do the supplementals.
Right.
Right? So that's just to maintain at that 151 level.
So you're adding 14 to 61. The 14
Yes.
you're adding personal and fringe.
No, my 61 includes those
Personal, fringe, supplies, everything. Based on your own testimony that you have here, you're asking for the same amount of money as 25. The supplemental is what you're asking for, the extra additional $2 million.
Yes.
We're working on that.
Mm-hmm.
But that $2 million encompasses 14 employees that you want to bring on.
Yes.
Add to your personal and fringe.
It encompasses, I think, it's closer, Senator, because I think it's 17 full-time, so there's a couple vacancies in there as well. And there's also some part-time individuals.
No, see, and all of that, that's why I try and get straight. I try and get your numbers straight for 61 solid employees, general fund.
So those are 61 funded vacant employees.
No.
There's 61 existing employees.
1 minute.
Yes. 61 general fund employees.
61 general fund employees.
Yeah.
Your personnel, $3,000,001 in a 25 budget. 61 solid general fund employees. You want to add 14, 75 general fund employees.
30
is what we're looking at
seconds.
total. The 14 comes under your supplementary you're adding. Right. So is going to take you up to 75.
75.
Correct. With your 75 total, you want to add $2 million to personal and fringe only. Is where you're taking for that 14. Not into everything else. So when we add that into personal and fringe, we add an additional $2 million in personal and fringe total. The 1 point thing that you're asking for in your supplemental.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not for anything else other than just a 14 personal and fringe. Okay, has anyone in your department 25 received wage increases in 25?
Not in 25, no.
Okay. Is there anyone in 25 owed any retro money from any wage increases prior to 25?
Just one GS employee.
Okay, I don't get. So how many GS employees do you have?
Time.
Just one.
One. If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair. Okay, GS one and the old retro.
For this year, yes.
For 25?
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, we are looking at adding, and based on your actuals, 1,000,009 for personal and fringe, 1 million. We add in 2 million. I just want to make sure we're covering everybody. Got personal come first. So we can go, come next year, you'll be up to 75. And are there any wage negotiations taking place presently?
Yes.
Okay, so that will go over into, you come back for supplemental to include those?
If
What are you
we
looking at?
if we finish negotiations,
Okay.
we started the negotiations 7 months ago. They're not done yet. So
Okay. And then in closing, the fees, you have a special fund that you charge fees and different things. How much fees have we paid, have this boat here in the waterfront paid?
none.
That's a travesty. That's number one. Number two, if the water quality is so bad, you got people to be fishing in the waterfront, if you're aware. Have you put out anything into the press telling people, hey, put up signs, don't do this, don't fish, don't swim, don't be in this water?
No.
That needs to be done. That's a travesty. So that's my only complaint in the negativity that's unrelated to the budget. But I'm just saying, I would ask, post haste, that signs be posted, that people don't use that water for fishing, don't use it to go into swimming and different things. I'm sure it's being done. Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. You wanted to respond to that, Commissioner? You don't want to? No. Have we paid for the water testing on those areas? Is that one of the vendors that's owed a significant amount of money?
No, it's not. So.
It's not.
So we, our vendor that does the water testing for us is the University of the Virgin Islands. So we have a contract with them up to date. And again, the testing that we do on a weekly basis is for swimming beaches. So we don't test waters in the harbor because we don't swim in the harbor. Okay. Or at least it's not customary for that. So we sample 33 swimming beaches across the territory, and we report the results on those on a weekly basis.
Publicly?
Yes.
You post it on your website as well?
Posted on the website, and it goes out as a release to all the media outlets, and like on your community calendar, you can see it. It's on our Facebook page as well.
So my colleagues point that that there seems to be a contamination based on your testimony or on it, that the importance of that at least a notice be put out on that matter. How do you respond to that?
So I mean, we did a special testing of the water right here in the harbor, specifically to try and counter the argument of the contractor who's supposed to remove the vessel that the water is too impacted for them to get in and remove the vessel. So that was a targeted thing. And what we found out is that, nope, bacteria levels are high, but in my opinion, the contingencies that you would need to use in that water type and at that depth, like a dry suit and those types of things, all of those contingencies could have been implemented. They could have used a crane barge to come and lift rather than getting in the water, putting float bags underneath it like we did on the waters over here. So to me, the owner of the vessel and their salvage contractor have had 10 months now to deal with this. And so it needs to be gone, and we're going to enforce some penalties if they don't remove it by a certain time certain.
So that's understood, but what about the health concerns of the water? The bacteria denotes what? That in fact, that the area is unhealthy?
So, bacteria, again, you pick up a number of diseases from bacteria. And I believe on Monday, the Division of Environmental Health, when they were down here for the hearing that took place, they explained in much, much more detail the impacts of bacteria and what it carries and how you have different diseases that can spread from bacteria. So it's certainly not a healthy thing, and that's why the Division of Environmental Health partners with the Waste Management Authority to do testings at different pump sites and such particularly, with all of the releases that have happened over the last 8 months or so. And they have their advisories about elevated levels of bacteria from a public health standpoint. We would in fact report those outputs if they were within the realm of our beach testing, because that's where we know people are in fact going swimming, getting in the water, doing those types of recreational activities, which is why our program is a beach testing water quality program.
But would you agree that even aside from going into the beach, the fact that they're consuming, fish that's caught within that environment, that too could present some unsafe, unhealthy
So
issues?
we would, we would have to, because right now all we did is we tested one specific location here, right? And I know I've seen somebody with a hand line and reel and rod out there, but I don't know that they're consuming. They might just be there fishing for the sake of fishing because, again, it's what do you actually pull up around these nearshore areas?
You believe the fish and release?
Right? But because what I see is tarpon around here, and not a lot of people that eat tarpon, right?
You can't eat. You should not be catching tarpons.
So that's the thing, is that's what's in these nearshore areas, particularly over by the Frenchtown dock as well. So sometimes it's more about teaching somebody like how to fish or whatever. They're doing it for the relaxation of it. But now for the where people might be fishing actually for catch, which is a little bit further up, that by closer to Frenchtown and that sort of thing, we don't have any water quality for there. If we're saying we would test that to see whether or not we should, then yeah, that's something that we could do. But here in this one instance where we tested for whether or not people could get in safely for a boat, it was specific to that objective.
Well, we know for a fact that there's a unreasonable amount of discharge that's coming into a waterfront area. So I think it'll be important for us to determine what the cost associated may be for us to increase the water testing within those respective areas so that we could properly advise the public on that particular issue, whether it's for bathing or consuming. I think equally they need to be notified of that.
So, Senator, where I would disagree is I would say that if we do have a release or we're having periodic constant releases, I don't need to test it to tell me that it's not going to be safe. I know that the discharge of raw sewage into the water is not safe for swimming.
So you agree with me that then there needs to be some type of advisory as a government agencies. We have a responsibility then to advise the public against bathing in those waters or consuming.
So we could definitely do something along those lines, because again the idea is the issue is this, right? Like anytime you would be in high concentrations of bacteria, no matter what that instance is, and that could include a large puddle after a very heavy rainfall, because we have septic systems, and the water that transverse with it is full of nutrients, bacteria, everything from your septic system. So you don't want to be wading in those waters as well. But so if we're going to make an advisory, then it should be along those lines in terms of any type of bacteria contaminated water. You don't want to be fishing, recreating, consuming anything from.
Correct. Point of information. Well, Senator Avery Lewis had a point of information. I'll come to you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Oriel, you, in your testimony, thinking the post audit testimony today, that there was $192 million available in federal grants. You expended about 20%, which is about 37 to roughly 38 million. You indicated that a lot of your grants is passed through. Here is why I am uncomfortable with. I don't want people to get in a comfortable state. Not your agency, but these other agencies, that you keeping their feet to the fire, because I don't want to hear that these funds be de-obligated and we don't get to spend it. Based on the climate and the actions we've seen of this current administration, anything is possible. So I'm just wondering, are you and your team really calling these guys, WAPA and whomever, and say, hey, listen, what are you doing? What is going on? These things scare me. I don't know about you, you know, the good senator to my right has asked, like, what keep you up at night? These are some of the things that keep me tossing and turning. Because when I roll over and I see these tweets and things, it's reality.
Yeah. So thank you for the question, Senator. So yes, there are standing meetings between DPNR and the Waste Management Authority. There are standing meetings between DPNR and the Water and Power Authority. So when we see a lot of the projects that are ongoing, a lot of times right now, because, you know, while Waste Management speaks about prudent replacement, a lot of the money that's actually taking care of some of their problems right now is things that are being pushed through Clean Water Act grants and Swiffer grants from DPNR. So there's a combination of sources. For example, you know, we know that Department of Interior funds is what purchased pumps for the Waste Management Authority that they were recently reporting that they've purchased 48 new pumps, and a bunch of them are starting to arrive this month. You know, the Mangrove Lagoon, not Mangrove, waste, Vesup waste treatment. We recently gave a subgrant to the Waste Management Authority for $23 million to replace that treatment plant in its entirety over the 3-year period of the award. So right now, I think they're probably just going to finalize some design. There'll be a little bit of money that goes out, but once they start the construction phases of that, that's when you see big chunks and those types of things move in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to
Thank-
keep the fire.
All right, thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I strongly disagree with your statement when you're the one that would say bacteria in the water, you're testing, you've seen someone fishing, but my budget question is, do you have funding in your budget that could to be utilized to put up signs? If not, then you could let us know so we could put money in your budget to address that. But I think I'll go that angle.
So, Senator, it's not that we don't have the funding for it. I mean, I could allocate, you know, how much it costs to put up a fixed post and then post something when there are, for example, at 13 beaches in the territory, we have signage that when the water is unsafe, we actually have a metal sign that we put up, and that cost us, those 13 signs cost us $10,000.
Okay.
But again, our program specifically is a beach water quality monitoring program. There is a division of environmental health and public health. And that's more in what their alignment is, as opposed to DPNR's, is what I am saying. So could we do it? We could, but now in order to also keep it up, while I can have $10,000 to put up the signs, it's $400 every time we run a sample. And so if you're going to do it on a weekly basis, that's 400 times 52. That's an additional $20,000 for just picking up samples. That's one location. So depending on what you would like to see, it could run anywhere for the year from being, you know, if you're just doing one location, it's a $30,000 startup cost, to if you're doing multiple areas, not only on the St. Thomas waterfront, but you're doing it on the Christiansted Boardwalk or something like that as well. The more samples you have, multiply that by 400 times the amount of weeks that you want to do it.
Okay, well, that could be the fees assessed to the board, but again, for consumer public safety, based on what you are saying, a DPNR, I think we should address it somehow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Before we go on to the next senator, which would be Senator Joseph, I just wanted to remind you or ask you about update on the Fisherman's Pier in Frederickstead. You know, we have this, I get this particular concern regarding the safety of that and erecting a sign cautioning individuals. Is there any update on when that sign will be put up to address that particular issue?
I'll have to get back, Senator, because I remember speaking to some folks about putting up a sign, and no one could clearly no one could clearly state exactly what this signage is supposed to say. Like, I mean, there's you're operating both people that are pulling in and hauling out at the same time, and it's supposed to be nobody is stationary there. So I know one of the complaints was that, hey, people are leaving their boat there too long, and we do have existing signage. I know we have a couple of them at the pier in Gallows Bay, as well as the one over here in Frenchtown, that say that this is really like for pick up and drop off only. Like you're not supposed to leave your boat here for an hour or something like that. If that's what they're looking for, we do have signs that exist like that. We can put them up at Frederickstead, but nobody could clearly state whether or not that would solve the problem to me.
So the concern that have been brought to my attention that I shared before is regarding like individuals that were tying dinghies, for example, down at the Fisherman Pier, and when these boaters come to deploy their boats, they're having issues in being able to do that safely with these dinghies caught in the pathway for the boaters to be able to launch their boats. Right. So that's one of the areas. So I can share with you what has been brought to my attention so that we could address that particular issue.
I think it's the same thing, because again, it's people that are leaving their thing there too long. Like
Right.
Somebody, if you're there and you're tying, it's supposed to be for offloading, and then you would haul out or you move on. But you do have some boats that tie up there, and people think that they could, let me go buy Polly's and get lunch.
Yes, yeah.
And then I'll come back an hour later. It's not a recreational open pier. It's really for transit, for fishing and launching and so on.
Okay, very well. The chair will now recognize Senator Clifford. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to the listening public, good afternoon to the central staff here in the legislature. Director Oreo, a couple months ago we were here and I asked the question about the mornings that's around. Like, have we made any attempt, it may be in cost, since we're here for budget, about what it would cost to start to look into, now we're talking about waters here in the harbor, but with all the mornings that we got throughout the island, I don't know if when you're testing the beaches, that's one thing, but I want to know where are we at with getting the waste off the boats?
So, Senator, one of the things that we are presently working on right now is we are applying to a federal program that would allow us to partner with a number of the marinas to put in dedicated pump out slips. And so the way that we're going to attack that is we want to pass a regulation that states that any marina that has over X amount of slips must have a pump out slip. Not roll on, roll off, but have a dedicated pump out slip so that they now can participate in keeping those folks who have holding tanks that need to be pumped out. We are partnering with the Virgin Islands Conservation Service and their expertise, because they have somebody who ran the program in Rhode Island where it's very, very successful. We're putting in that grant application next month, and then we will also simultaneously be working on the legislation. And the idea is that we pass the legislation, but then we also give the marinas the seed money to be able to put in the infrastructure so that now it's not coming at a significant cost burden to them.
Since we're speaking about, so when Waste Management ready to change out their pipeline, is they're going to have a section maybe leaving the marinas, maybe can make it back, pump back straight into the drain? What's the overall plan?
So a number of the marinas are actually connected to the waste management system right now. Like Frenchtown is, Crown Bay is, Yacht Haven is, although Yacht Haven is built such that they really can't accommodate smaller vessels. Like you need a big boat to actually reach the deck there. American Yacht Harbor is. But then you have things like Compass Point Marina is not. They have over 120 boats. So we are also trying to identify a location or two centrally located where we put in the infrastructure and then people can just pull up next to it and pump out. We would need to work out those logistics with the Port Authority, because right there against every bulkhead you tie into the Waste Management Authority line very easily. So it's not a difficult thing to do.
Okay, what about outside of the marina? So that'll work out the same for some kind of either a contractor with a boat that could pull up alongside, or they themselves have to go to the marinas to offload?
No, so I mean, over here on the St. Thomas waterfront, we've seen where boats have had marine, like the pump out trucks come and pump out those vessels right there.
Okay.
So it depending on the size of your holding tank, those things do take place. But what we want to see is you can't pass a law that says you're a no discharge territory and you have no place for people to actually discharge. So we're trying to attack that problem from another angle and then force the regulation upon everybody.
1 minute.
Okay. I see that on page 6, and you had an increase of 89% in travel costs. Are you seeing from the training you said, but are you seeing the progress from the training when these folks go after the training?
Yes, Senator. So I would say that a lot of our new federal funding, is when
30 seconds.
When you have the ability to work with partners that are in the same kind of network as you in terms of tackling the same problem. Somebody may have already figured out something that you haven't tried. You meet with them and you see. So, you come back and you put that in and you're seeing the benefits of those.
You say you had 60 vacancies, right?
Yes.
What's the longest vacant position you had in terms of time?
The first one that comes to mind is my chief of wildlife position. The chief of wildlife position has been vacant since 2019. We put it out several times to the point where right now it's actually on just a recurring loop. But I believe we did interview some folks for it recently, and we have made an offer. So we're just waiting to hear back.
Mr. Chair, may I? What's the salary for that position?
Starting salary for that is about $67,000, but it might be around 70.
Okay. One more. The question I have for you is it okay with you guys as far as DPNR where people is swimming and somebody else come there to fish?
So that's a difficult thing. So one of the things that we have to balance, right, and this is one of the tenets in the CZM Act, it calls for the orderly, balanced utilization of the coastal areas. And so, let's say you have an area that's marked off clearly for swimming because you have your swim buoys out and those types of things. So you're demarcating that area for swimming.
Yes.
If you don't demarcate that area now, you might have somebody swimming, but then a boat now pulls in and you're saying, well, who has the right or preference or what have you? Until you actually put up the marker for this issue, then both of them are competing uses, but they both have the same right to it. So
okay. I'm going a little different because I ain't even speaking about boat coming in. I'm talking about people on the feet. I ain't not even the boat. Okay, not the boat coming in, but people on the feet. Come, you swimming, and they come into the troll line. That's my point.
So again, I would say that unless you actually, in part of your management for that area, say this is swimming only, right? There's nothing that says somebody can't come and throw a line, and you're allowed to do that. Even for example, on St. Croix in the East End Marine Park, where fishing itself as primarily is prohibited. you're still allowed to throw a hand line for recreational usage out into the water, which is where people are swimming as well.
I got my answer. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. That seems to be like a humane thing where if you see someone, swimming in that area, you wouldn't throw your line immediately there to jeopardize, and it becomes a safety issue. But that's a human behavior issue there. Just a couple more questions real quickly before we close out. Commissioner, in regards to your supplemental requests and 1 and 2, how far have you gotten? Have you sent those into the legislature? Are you channeling them through OMB and the governor's office, or where are you with the supplemental request?
It's through OMB, Senator.
Through OMB. All right. So those will be eventually sent down to us. In a part of your funding, there's also a miscellaneous section that you're aware of for the nonprofit organization. I want to go down each of those real quickly to find out whether or not there have been any awards to those areas so far. For example, the Caribbean Museum Center for the Arts. Have you dispersed their FY25 amount yet?
I don't believe we got a request from them.
From them. What about the Frenchtown Heritage Museum?
So they did send in their request, and we submitted it to OMB.
What about the St. Croix landmarks?
We haven't received their requests. So
the Children's Museum for St. Croix?
St. Croix, yes.
Okay.
And St. Thomas.
And St. Thomas. The Versailles Children's Museum, I guess there seems to be separate categories there for that. The VI Environmental Association. You have not seen a request for them yet.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them. That name actually doesn't ring any bells with me on our partner associations. That's like a combination of two different ones.
Yes, $20,000 miscellaneous to that. VI Environmental Association. No? Okay. Just some other things real quick. I know in previous years, the DPNR provided the public with a weekly advisory in the water quality at beaches. Are you still doing that?
Yes.
How often is that done?
Every week, every Friday.
Every Friday. And you provided what is the timeline for the opening of the Turnbull Regional Library? I know you spoke about it happening soon, as well as the McFarland Peterson libraries. What is the timeline?
I think, Senator, our goal will be to open to the public between October and November.
October and November. Okay. And you'll have a ribbon cutting ceremony, you'll have a reopening ceremony, anything planned for that?
I believe that yes. And the reason is not so much for it being a completed disaster recovery project, but that when the building was officially opened in 2013, there was no actual dedication ceremony, recognition of the Hartman contribution, those types of things. And it's something that we've always said we need to do. It was actually being planned for in 2017 before the storms hit. So I think we will do something and recognize the contributions also of the Hartman family who donated the land and everything for those purposes.
Okay. On your CZM awarded the $22 million under the NOAA grant for the support the design and implementation of the phases. What's the timeline on that?
So it's already underway, Senator. So the $22 million is just a portion of the $69 million award. The $22 million is monies where they're broken up into several projects. So we've already issued one sub-grant to the Virgin Islands Conservation Society, the VICS. They're to work on these small homeowner improvement plans that can be done so individuals on their property with seed money can implement some stormwater retention better, capturing water off of their driveways, those types of things, and working on that micro level. Then we have the larger projects where we're working with Public Works in terms of where you can actually install real detention and reduce flooding. So one of those areas, we were working with Public Works and their contractor NV5 in Smith Bay and identifying locations where you could do 50, 60,000 gallons of storage underground in order to minimize the amount of flooding that happens in the Smith Bay area and reduce that repetitive loss that happens. And then you would use that water for other types of purposes.
So during your, I know that during your FY25 budget, you provided for some key performance indicators. Who is responsible for monitoring those, and how have you been doing with your key performance indicators?
So each of the directors in each division are responsible for reporting their KPIs. So Appendix 2 of my testimony has the results of our KPIs. And I would say that, we're varied. Like, I think our project KPIs are going really, really well in terms of implementation. And then some of our operational ones are, seasonal. Like, I mean, we hit numbers, for example, in terms of visitation to the libraries and forts, like when we have summer camps and we have tourist ships and those types of things. But so there's months where you do really well, and then there's months that you're not hitting your KPIs. So
okay, and I'm all over the place here because these are notes that came in while we're having the meeting.
Sure.
In terms of your building permit, are all the employees under the building permit unionized?
No.
So I know that some of the unionized employees are pending union agreements, negotiation.
Yes.
What about those that's outside of the unions? How are you handling their salary increases?
So right now, again, if the a lot of the supplemental and all these numbers were worked up prior to the 35,000 increase, but so right now, again, a lot of the non-unionized employees are non-unionized for us because there was a term limit on the award, which is 7 years. And we got a 6-month extension on that. So we may lose some because now in order to become a unionized trades inspector, you have to also pass certain tests within a year or so, the ICC test. And so the starting salary for the trades inspector positions, I believe the starting salary is $46,000. As it gets negotiated, it'll probably go up probably 2 or 3%. I don't know for sure. But so we're anticipating that there's an increase there. And several of our employees could qualify for that. But I don't see all 14 or 15 like falling in unless we do an exemption for them.
On those unionized ones, is there an opportunity for you to recognize them or compensate them for out of classification pay where they're working outside of their scope and required to do additional duties?
So we have 2. And then we've identified where they can make the next steps in and put those in already for fiscal year 26.
Okay. And one other thing is in regards to the Maroon Ridge property purchase is please set up a tour of the property by stakeholders once the purchase is completed. I know you talk about your town halls and your stakeholders' input, and surveys that are going to be done. So I guess a hike or tour would also be one of those initiatives that could be undertaken.
My Parks division would love that. I think they've probably in the last year hiked the area at least 6 or 7 times. Yes. A lot of times Olasi leads the hikes for us, and he certainly enjoys having an audience and talking about the area.
Of course.
And
that's
we've
rich in history. That's rich in history.
Absolutely.
So real quickly, in regards to, do you have any litigation or judgment against DPNR?
Not that I'm aware of. I know we had a couple of cases earlier this year, but over the last 2 months, we've actually been found whether it's Blua cases or Superior Court, they found in favor of DPNR. So.
Okay, all right. What does technology and computerization look like for DPNR at this time?
So I would say in a number of things. First, in the permit section, we talked about optimizing this new software tool with Municity that will be able to speed up our reviews. And so it's basically AI-generated review of your plan review. And then your plan reviewer now has to just look at the notes themselves to see how accurate, because right now it's looking at more than 98% accuracy on what the ICC is reporting right now. So we're in the process of acquiring that. I think a 1-year subscription is somewhere around $35,000, but we paid it. We're hoping to implement it sooner rather than later. The next thing that we're doing is we are beefing up staff in terms of our GIS potential. We're hiring a GIS planner. We have a second individual right now who initially we thought we were going to do a contract for the implementation of the comprehensive land and water use plan, but I was given a referral just about a month ago for a young lady who's very, very GIS proficient, has worked in small islands before, and would prefer something full-time rather than as a contractor. So we're looking to see whether or not we take that money and just reprogram it to personnel. But so we're going to be implementing using GIS in a lot of our programs. We're going to be improving the use of Municity for maximizing how many are in there. The Division of Fish and Wildlife is going to be launching their recreational fishing license platform. So that will allow people, particularly the charter industry, to apply for their permits electronically, fishing licenses day, week, or to the charter business itself for the annual fee. So lots of technology upgrades that are in process right now, and we hope that we'll be able to fully launch all of them within fiscal year 26.
And of course, in respect to cyber attack, again, we don't want to divulge any critical or operation security information, but you want to make sure that you continue to be at the forefront of ensuring that you're protecting your system from cyber attacks in those areas as well.
Yes, and luckily for us, DPNR is one of those agencies that is like fully under BIT.
Okay.
So we don't run a lot of different systems. Like, for example, we're not VIPD that runs like 25 different systems and softwares and those types of things. We're a lot smaller in that regard. And most of the systems that we are running and are cloud-based partner from other like private who have their own security protocols as well. So
but you're part of the GNOSH
yes
system. All right. So Commissioner, who do you have an intern? Do you have somebody that's you're spending time with to do an understudy? I know that you're a walking encyclopedia when it comes to DPNR. You've been there for quite some time. You have a wealth of information in your head, and how you looking into some of these young. I see some young, energetic individuals as part of your financial team. Are you looking for somebody that you could understudy you?
Unfortunately, I have to say that I have not picked like one person to kind of do that with. That's probably my biggest fault. What I'm really trying to do, honestly, is I try and meet with my team regularly. My brain trust is 14 individuals that we try and get together at least quarterly, but I speak to my directors like very, very frequently in all the programs and trying to assist. And so the idea, for me, it's not just about one person kind of taking over for when my term comes to an end, but rather that collectively that they're able to support whomever. And if one of them wants this job in the near future, then I'm here for them to be a sponge off of and give them everything that I can give them, because I am one of those folks that have been here for a while. But there are a couple of directors in DPNR that have been here just as long, if not longer, than me, but they've still got energy. They're not winding down, so hopefully they're here even after I'm gone.
Very well, thank you. And my final question, as I ask every commissioner or agency head that come before me, is what about your assignment, your mission, that gives you reason for pause? What keeps you up at night?
I think that for me, 8 years has gone by pretty quickly, and every year when I have my first senior staff meeting of the year, I actually go back to my my confirmation testimony, and I look to see what I said I would deliver short term and long term. So for me, my biggest ones are the permanent office spaces for DPNR. Again, it has always been a big lift, that WAPA building. It's a $10 million lift now. When we first started this journey in 2020, the architect told us this is about a $4 to $5 million project, but nobody, I think, anticipated the inflation that we've seen, and now they're talking 9 or 10. But that's one of the ones that every month I'm continuing on. I've got staff members who have been looking at different proposals for us to write where we can get monies for historic building restoration. I even applied to the USDA Rural Development 1% loan program, because if we're paying $347,000 or $57,000 a year, and I get a 1% loan at $200,000, that's still, for 30 years, that still pays off.
A savings.
It's still savings to the department and a building that we own, and we can put the difference into the maintenance when we start to have deferred maintenance that we need to run. So I'm hoping that everything goes smoothly with the office space in St. Croix. That way I'll have at least delivered on that. The office space on St. John is one of my nightmare projects, but we hope to deliver that this year as well. But yeah, if there's one thing that kind of gives me pause, is like when I look back and I say, these are the things I was definitely going to accomplish. Well, comprehensive land and water use plan, we got it. Electronic permitting, we got it. We did, I think we did $20 million roughly in disaster recovery assistance between the fisheries disaster recovery and the historic disaster recovery program. Like these were the things that we needed to deliver on, and I would say my team has done a phenomenal job in making sure that those high priority items remained high priority. So those two big ticket things in terms of the permitted office spaces and reducing our overall operational budget, those will be two of the things that I try and focus on over the next several years.
Very well, thank you. I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up at this time.
I appreciate that, Senator. So I want to thank you for chairing this meeting and allowing the department to present its budget. We know that the legislature has a very daunting task of trying to allocate $900 million across several different agencies, and we know how difficult it must be to say which entity takes priority over the other. But we stand firm and committed to working within the constraints of the budget. We felt that it was necessary for us to at least highlight what some of the shortfalls are, and I'm fully aware that sometimes right now technology and everything that we do, we start to reduce the emphasis on what our libraries can provide to us. But one of the key things that I state that is important for us to do is that early childhood literacy. And it really starts with kids being able to read and having family time inside of that. And that's why our libraries are extremely important. I mean, I think that the most usage we probably see in the libraries, I worked inside the Turnbull Library for 3 years myself, and we see a lot of usage with the computers because we were at a time frame where a lot of people didn't have access to high-speed internet and everything, and all of the COVID funding that we've invested across the territory has helped offset that. And so I would say that now we really need to focus on that primary early childhood literacy programs. And it's one of the things that we really want to do with our libraries once they are open is promote early childhood literacy, engage parents to come with their young children and enjoy the library a lot. So I just want to highlight the importance of what Supplemental 2 really is. Before I sign off, I really want to thank April and the DBAS team. I am somebody who I like a balanced checkbook. And so I'm constantly walking into the business office, asking questions, where's money here, there, how we can move things around to get things going. And so they get a lot of requests out of me, and a lot of time they're more than up to the task. So I thank them for having everything prepared and ready, and for us to be able to present a very well detailed and laid out budget for you all here today. I want to thank or recognize a couple of individuals as well, just with my short time here. Again, even though it's not Employee Appreciation Month, I just want to congratulate Maria Tavares and Charles Maynard, my 2 Employees of the Year. Unfortunately, I was in Washington, D.C. attending the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force meetings when we were doing the recognition ceremonies. I also want to congratulate Courtney Tierney, Kim Blackett, and Josette Walker. All of them were conferred in advanced degrees earlier this year. So I want to say good job to them. And, those degrees, they belong to them, and they, now it's their time to use them and empower them to. They've done what I couldn't do, so I want to applaud them. And I really want to thank my senior management team. Again, all of what is laid out in front of you, particularly the Appendix 1 and the accomplishment section, is a lot of dedicated individuals to the mission of DPNR in terms of protecting our natural resources, but yet understanding that there is an importance on not slowing down commerce here in the territory and finding ways to improve our services, working with our people. And so I thank them. I thank all 151 members of DPNR for their outstanding work. And I look forward to continue working with them into fiscal year 26 and beyond. And I said, let's, all of the things that we say we want to do, we want to continue to achieve, and let's go out and do it. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and congratulations to your team members as well, those that were able to attain their higher degree, as well as those that were recognized as Employees of the Month, and those that continue to make you shine in carrying out their duties and mandates on the behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands, DPNR. In regards to the libraries, I think it's important that we become a little bit innovative and creative in being able to attract young people into our libraries and our students. I believe that an aviation simulator, I keep saying, is something that we need to look at to bring them in there. Things that focus on STEM and STEAM. I think, again, we want to be able, I don't think that, there's enough with AI and everything else that's going on for them to be able to get a lot of information by Google, so that might be a little bit of reluctance. But if we could come up with some innovative and creative ways of getting them into the libraries, I think that we'll see a lot more participation there. And, parents will happily either drop them off or bring them in there. I can't impress upon you the importance of the expenditures of our federal dollars, especially for your agency that's heavily and significant with federal monies. It's very important that we do that as we continue to see that, that the federal monies nationally may be under some siege. it's important that we are able to expend those in a timely fashion so that we could be able to maximize and save in our general fund. Your request of $7,909,487 is, again, I'm seeing where your collections represent almost $8 million. So there is a little bit of ROI, return on investment there. So it's important that you continue to carry out those collections in those different areas. And I truly believe that this institution wants to continue to be a partner in being able to move your department forward and ensuring that you continue to carry out the duties and mandates in terms of your revenue collections as well as your regulatory responsibilities there. So thank you for all that you continue to do there, and that goes out to your rank and file as well. All right. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess until 1:30. Good afternoon. The Committee of Budget, Appropriation, and Finance is out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, Bill number 36-0039, an act amending Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, by increasing the cost to bring containers or flat rack containers into the Virgin Islands. Sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bolquez, Jr., invited testifiers, Julia Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget, Joel Lee, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue, Dara Griffith, Interim Executive Director, VI Waste Management Authority, Nisha O'Bain, Trade Manager, Virgin Islands Tropical Shipping, Tom Crowley, Jr., Chairman and CEO, Crowley Shipping. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We do have 2 of the testifiers seated here. We'll go to the mic just to do an introduction test at this time. Mr. Reimer.
Julia Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Director Griffith.
Darrell Griffith, Interim Executive Director, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority.
Do we have anybody online? No? Anybody online, media? No? Very well. At this time, who speaks to bill number 36-0039? Please recognize Senator Angel Bolquez for presentation of bill number 36-0039.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I present to you bill number 36-0039, a measure to address a long overdue update to the Virgin Islands container tax. This measure is about modernizing how we generate some revenue while remaining competitive, practical, and responsive to our community needs. For 22 years, the container tax under Title 33, Chapter 4, Section 75 of the Virgin Islands Code has not been updated, despite the rising costs of port operations, infrastructure maintenance, and waste management. Today, the law charges only $50 for a 20-foot container and $100 for a 40-foot container, regardless of the impact on our roads, our ports, or our landfills. That rate is no longer sustainable. This bill seeks to address it by raising the 20-foot container rate to $100 and the 40-foot container rate to $200, and to add a new container rate for 45-foot flat rack containers, which are the standard across the global shipping industry in the areas of heavy materials and construction. And it is important to note that we have only been charging the 40-foot rate despite 45-foot container rack rates and longer coming into this territory for many, many decades. And unlike value-based tariffs used in many neighboring jurisdictions, such as Barbados, Trinidad, or the Dominican Republic, the Virgin Islands uses a flat rate, length-based system. Those countries impose stacked import duties, VAT, sales taxes based on the declared value of the goods, and often leading to skyrocketing costs for shippers and consumers alike. Even in Puerto Rico, which does not have a container fee, they impose sales tax and a use tax, and up to 11.5% often applied even for basic necessities. By contrast, the Virgin Islands model is very simple and fair and very predictable. We assess a one-time flat rate fee based on the physical impact of the container length, not to fluctuate price of the cargo. This provides clarity to the importers and prevents unexpected costs from being passed along to the consumers. It also ensures that while utilizing the heaviest infrastructure on our ports, roads, and our waste systems, that they contribute accordingly. Let me be clear. Even with the proposed adjustment that we're going to discuss today, our container tax remains modest. For instance, a $100,000 container entering Trinidad or Barbados may incur up to $25,000 in layered taxes. Under our system, the same container would pay a flat rate tax and at most a 6% tax. It would pay the flat rate container tax and at most a 6% excise tax, far less punitive and far more transparent. In addition to that, if all of the products are USA made, that excise tax now becomes exempt in the sense of not being charged to the shipper. And let's be realistic. While shipping companies may threaten to pass the cost along to consumers, the actual impact per item is negligible. When broken down, here's how we can take a scope of how it really works. For instance, if a container has 20,000 items at $100 for a 20-foot container, divided by 20,000 items, that is 5 cents per item. Second example, if a container has 10,000 items, $100 divided by 10,000 items is 1 cent per item. Example 3, if the container holds 1,000 items, $100 divided by 1,000 items becomes 10 cents. And it goes on and on. We're talking about cents on the actual dollar with this implementation of this amendment. While consumer cost sensitivity is a valid consideration, it's important to note that less than container load shipments, the typical method used by a majority of small and micro businesses, is the standard. And they are not subject to a container tax. Only businesses importing full containers will be impacted. These are typically larger operators with the scales and the capacity to absorb strategically manage modest cost increases. It's important to place on the record that the container tax is not charged unless the container leaves the port versus picking up products at the port in a LCL, which is a less than container on a pallet, whereas the customer pays for the shipping and the excise only. And if the products are all USA made, they pay no excise again. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0039 strikes the right balance between economic growth and public accountability. It helps us to meet our financial responsibilities without imposing broad consumption taxes on every resident. It funds critical services from trash pickup to youth employment programs while keeping us competitive within our region. Colleagues, I ask for your support of Bill number 36-0039. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes, for a presentation on Bill number 36-0039. And the rules of engagement for this afternoon, we'll hear from the testifiers. We have Director Reimer, Director Lee, who are sending some testimony that which will be read into the record. We have Interim Director Griffith, as well as we have a testimony from Ms. O'Bain from the Virgin Islands Tropical Shipping. I don't think we have received anything from Mr. Crowley, who is the Chairman and CEO of Crowley Shipping. So at this time, Mr. Reimer, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance, members of the Committee on Budget Appropriation and Finance, other members of the 36th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Julio Reimer Sr., Director of the Office of Management and Budget, hereby to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0039 and as amended by Amendment number 36304. The bill seeks to amend Title 33, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 4, Section 75, by increasing the cost for individuals, firms, corporations, and other associations, except those specifically exempt to bring containers or flat rack containers into the Virgin Islands. The cargo container tax rate in 2003 are $50 for containers to under 39 feet and $100 for containers over 40 feet. Adjusting for 22-year inflation, the revised rates will be approximately $100 for containers under 39 feet and $200 for containers over 40 feet. I'm also proposing the establishment of a container documentation fee of $25 per container to support administrative oversights, which is salary and benefits, or O&M, to audit container contents. Additionally, I propose the implementation of recordation technology fee of $3 for container to fund technology requirements, improvement, and enhancements. The proposed adjustments will increase the general fund revenues, container tax oversight, and technology. Current collection rates have doubled, and with adjustments and new fees, they will increase by 130%. The projections below are based on 2024 data from the Department of Bureau of Internal Revenue for 19,315 containers, which includes 3,142 under 39 feet and 16,173 over 40 feet. These figures are used to calculate the projected revenues at a revised rates, including new fees. Note, flat racks revenues are not included in projections. The projections are as follows. When the revenue, in terms of it is implemented, revenues from adjusted tax rates will be $3.548 million. Documentation processing fee will be $483,000, and recordation technology fee will be approximately $58,000. Revenues with adjustments and fees will be about $4.1 million on an annual basis. The fiscal impact would be the following. The cargo container tax, unchanged for over 22 years, needs adjustment to account for inflation and administrative costs. This proposal aims to ensure sustainable revenue for fair taxation with minimal consumer impact by targeting cargo carriers. It also aims to provide consistent funding for government services, container tax oversight, and adjustments based on a consumer price index. Where the Office of Management and Budget agrees with the amendment of the law by increasing the container tax that has gone long unchanged for 22 years, we disagree with the fund distribution. The Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority is an autonomous instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands with the ability to establish rates for solid waste collection and disposal, and has failed to do so. Therefore, to continue to provide additional sources of tax revenue to the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority does not provide any incentives for VIWMA to address their revenue shortfalls. Therefore, providing additional revenues in the future is not advisable nor good fiscal management. Senators, I am therefore proposing that the split for these fees, not to include O&M, be 75% to the general fund and 25% to the anti-litter beautification program. This will give additional revenue to the general fund and support a summer youth program, employment program. In conclusion, this proposal ensures the cargo container tax is modernized to reflect inflation and administrative cost, enhancing revenue collection efficiency. The recommendation legislative amendment will adjust outdated tax rates to increase general fund revenue, introduce a document processing fee to cover administrative oversight, and establish a cargo miscellaneous tax to capture non-containerized shipments and ensure fiscal sustainability while minimizing economic impact. This concludes my testimony. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Reimer, for your testimony. Next, we'll go to the clerk for reading of the testimony from Joel Lee, Director of Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Testimony of Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue before the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance. Greetings, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, members of the committee, all other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel A. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. Thank you for allowing the Bureau to present testimony on Bill number 36-0039 as amended by Amendment number 36-304. The bill seeks to increase the container taxes as follows. For containers and flat racks up to 39 feet, the rate will increase from $50 to $100. For containers and flat racks that measure 40 feet, the container tax will be increased from $100 to $200. And for flat rack containers that measure 45 feet in length, the new fee will be $205. The Bureau reviewed last 3 years' collections of the container tax, and the average containers imported into the territory was under 39 feet, 3,153, 40 feet, 16,322. Based on the average importation, we can expect that the annual increase in revenues would be approximately under 39 feet, $157,650. 40 feet, $1,632,200. There is no prior history on the number of flat beads imported for 45 feet since the category did not exist previously. This would provide the Bureau with sufficient lead time to prepare the returns, update our tax system, and educate the taxpayers. We will do our best to ensure that this can be done within the 60-day enactment period. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. This concludes the testimony for Director Lee, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll go to Director Griffith, Waste Management, for his testimony.
Good day, Honorable Senator Novell Francis, Chairman, and other committee members of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I'm Darrell Griffith, the Interim Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. The Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority supports Bill number 36-0039 that proposes to increase the cost for individuals, firms, corporations, and associations to bring containers or flat rack containers to the Virgin Islands and depositing 50% of the funds into the Anti-Litter and Beautification Fund, of which 25% must be used for garbage collection, solid waste trash removal, and territory-wide beautification, and 25% to fund a territorial anti-litter beautification summer program within the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. The authority's annual budget has been underfunded for its entire existence. This has led the authority to accumulate an accounts payable of over $20 million, which translates to hundreds of local vendors being owed thousands of dollars. Over the 3 years I've been with the authority, serving as CFO and currently interim executive director, the staff and I have worked to reduce the annual budget shortfall. In 2023, the annual budget shortfall was $15 million, and now it is $5 million. And with the additional $5 million presented by the legislature, that means that our accounts payable will not increase this year. If the proposed legislation is enacted, along with the garbage collection fees that Waste Management is presenting currently to the PSC, in 2026, the authority will have a budget that is better than break even. It will be able to start repaying the $20+ million owed to vendors. This will enable the authority to fully implement plans to thoroughly clean up the Virgin Islands with the assistance of its citizens. In St. Croix, in the next 12 to 24 months, the island will have no bin sites and only convenience centers. An example of a convenience center is the location in Peters Rest, and the bin sites are in Mumbiju, Concordia, and Cotton Valley. These bin sites will be replaced with new, modern trash collection convenience center facilities that will be clean. In St. Thomas, the authority plans to increase house-to-house garbage collection using smaller garbage trucks. This initiative will be implemented gradually, starting with one community at a time. Once it is fully enacted, the bin sites serving these communities will be removed. St. Thomas is too beautiful to have garbage bins at every corner, and the residents deserve house-to-house garbage collection. I am delighted to hear that 25% of these funds will be allocated to fund a territorial anti-litter beautification summer program for kids. In 1993 and 94, I participated in the anti-litter beautification summer program, which fostered my love for the environment and a commitment to keeping the community clean. I remember visiting numerous sites such as Elena Christian and local roads and beaches to help clean up the community. I love this program, and it would be an honor to restart it with the staff of the authority. I'd like to take this time to thank both the solid waste and wastewater teams at the Waste Management Authority. We have seen significant improvements in garbage collection and wastewater management. To all the hardworking men and women of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, thank you for your hard work. This concludes my testimony. The authority appreciates the Senate's efforts to provide waste management with the necessary financial resources to serve the community adequately. I stand ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Director Griffith. At this time, Madam Clerk, we go ahead and read the testimony from Tropical Shipping into the record.
July 2nd, 2025, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Chair Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance. Dear Senator Francis Jr., I present compliments to you and Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. on behalf of Tropical Shipping. I am Ms. Nisha Obain, VI Trade Manager. I am unfortunately unable to attend the hearing on July 10th due to a family emergency off island. I submit this letter to the Committee on Finance and proposed Bill number 36-0039 and its accompanying amendment number 36-304. I ask that it be submitted into record. Tropical Shipping understands the intent of this legislation and the accompanying amendment, which seeks to double the import fees for containers and flat racks used to safely transport goods, materials, and supplies to its customers in the territory. It is important, however, to note that flat racks and containers are instruments of trade use for the safe carriage of goods and materials on containerized cargo vessels, and they are also support the safe delivery of the cargo purchased by the consignees, customers. Our customers demand quality and timely delivery of cargo transportation services. The upkeep and maintenance of these instruments of trade are costly, and yes, the proposed doubling of the import fees as proposed by this bill would require the shipping lines to recover those increased costs. Tropical Shipping is an ethical, operated company, and we are fair in our business dealings, and we follow the laws of the territory. Tropical has been a trusted partner in this community and helping to support maintenance of the pristine condition of the territory is equally important to us because we live and work here as well. Thank you very much for allowing us to make a statement, and we wish the people of the Virgin Islands continued success and growth in its economy. Respectfully, Nisha Obain. This concludes the reading of the testimony, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And again, that's the testimony from Tropical Shipping. Crowley Shipping was in fact invited to provide testimony, which they have not done thus far during this process. At this time, I'm going to open up the floor for a 4-minute discussion for my colleagues in respect to the bill before us, 36-0039. Before I do that, I wanted to ask you, Director Reimer, what is the revenues for FY24 that came in for the container tax?
Approximately 1.75.
$1.75 million. And that funding goes into the general fund currently?
Yes.
All of it?
Yes.
All of it. Okay. Thank you for that. And at this time, I'll open up the floor for questions, and we'll recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You ready?
Yeah.
You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, all. Listening audience, colleagues, testifiers, my office, and central staff. Let me go to Mr. Director, Acting Director Griffith. I see your testimony is a little different from the OMB Director in reference to the allocation of the potential revenues from this bill. The point was made that you are a semi-autonomous agency, which you do have the authority to generate your own revenues. Why would you still want to get revenues from this source?
Because the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority currently receives about 95% of its revenue really from central government. For the 10 months that I've been the interim executive director, you should see in the newspaper I've started to advertise garbage collection fees. So we're actually presenting that to the PSC hopefully next month. So we're going to increase the amount that we self-generate, and that's going to keep happening in the coming years. But there's no way from us to go from 95, 98% being by the central government to 100% self-sufficiency within a short time that I've been the interim. So we'll be able to generate close to $6 to $9 million with that. So that'll bring us to about 20% of the revenue being generated by the authority. And every year, I'll work on getting that increase so that we can be self-sufficient. But for right now, there is no way to go from 95% to flip the script.
So wouldn't it be easier for us to just give you an appropriation and keep the revenues from this bill?
However you'd like to give me the money, I will take it.
Okay. So, no, the reason is it's a valid concern that these semi-autonomous agencies must, in fact, be self-sufficient. That's the whole purpose of gaining that status. And we have to find a way to get you guys off of our financial support.
I agree 100%.
In due respect now, if we temporarily gave you the money, would that work?
I think so, because what's happening, it's a tiered approach to self-sufficiency. Like I said, we're not going to be self-sufficient overnight. So if the PSC passes, the garbage collection fees will be close to 20% self-sufficiency. Then there are other fees that we need to start charging too as well. We have
1 minute.
We have a number of oil littered at every bin site. We have to charge for the importation of oil coming in. We have tires, over 1.5 million tires in this territory. We have to start charging for the importation of that so that we can dispose of those things too as well. So I am going to come with all of those things one at a time so that we can take advantage and take control of all of the litter that's in the island.
So when you start
30 seconds.
generating revenues from like the tire disposal, like if there's someone who's interested in picking that up, that's going to help you towards self-sufficiency. And so you have a bright future and potentially, revenue generating avenues that you guys need to start working on.
Oh, we're actually working on it. Mr. Reimer has already warned me that how many years I have to get off. So we're in communication, and he knows that we're working towards this too as well. So it's not a pie in the sky thing. This is one part at a time that we're working towards making this happen.
Okay, Director Reimer, your time at the mic.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate Mr. Chair, if I can finish this. I appreciate your honesty and your frankness about your position on this bill and how the resources are allocated. Why do you think beautification is a good alternative?
So the beautification itself, especially with the youth program, is a benefit to us. This teaches them that here it is. If you litter or you throw garbage on the side or you throw a refrigerator or a stove, etc., here it is. It's where you live. It's like throwing trash in your own house and to go sleep in it. So by them being part of this program, they'll understand. They'll tell their friends. It'll multiply the effect that here it is. Understand your environment and what you're doing to it. So for me, it's a better use of giving him the 25%, which is approximately about $950,000, that he could run a proper program between the territory, not just St. Thomas, not St. Croix, but the whole territory on an annual basis that says not just summer alone, but he could run a regular internship program moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Point of information, Senator Bulkers, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to place on a record, my numbers may be a little skewed, but I believe, at least since I've been a senator, that this body has appropriated somewhere along the lines of $30 million each year to the Waste Management Authority. And if there's some way that we can sort of scale back on that reliance, I think it's going to be a win, especially if it's a solid stream. It's going to be a win for them and us at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulkers. Real quickly, before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Fonseca, I wanted to ask you, Director Reimer, in respect to well, first of all, I think I heard the word exemption used. There's no exemptions to the container tax, correct?
Yes, there's certain exemptions that fall within the code. Here's what we have here, Senator. So there's certain exemption that allows them to get exemptions, if it's a pallet, etc. So there's certain items that don't consider being containers that's not taxed at a container tax. If it's now a 20-foot trailer or a 40-foot trailer or a 39, or whatever the case may be, then it's taxed. That's what the difference is.
Yeah, but the issue is that our conversation is with respect to the containers.
Correct.
Under 39 and over 39, and in some instances over 40.
Correct.
Right? So in terms of the exemptions come as it pertains to pallet.
Correct.
But it's not containers.
Correct.
So there's no exemption for the containers. There's
No.
an exemption for the other stuff.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on that. And in respect to the weaning process of waste management, can you agree or would you not agree in respect to allowing for there to be some weaning of the waste management off of the general fund? And this will, for the sake of discussion, will help to drive that weaning off process.
So at this point, you're adding additional revenues, yes, for the Waste Management Authority. As he said, there's 95% of his actual revenues coming from the government of the Virgin Islands. When he adds his rates, he's saying it's 20%. If I add this next 1.8 million, his number goes back down. You see where you actually know you're going back and forth. We want it to be a steady decline that he now is self-sufficient over a period of time. Myself and Director Griffith actually had these conversations where my expectation is between 5 and 7 years that he can wean himself to the point where he's somewhere between 10 and 35% receiving funds from the government of the Virgin Islands, not that he's still at the 95 or the 85 or the 75. We should not be 50% 7 years from now for the Waste Management Authority, who has the ability to charge rates. So that's where we actually sat and had the conversation. How do we get there? And there's certain things that he's probably going to propose where he's telling me there's legislation on the books where we don't charge basically the housing authority to pick up their garbage and dispose of their garbage. There's things we need to look at. The environmental fees the hotels charge, we need to look at also that the government of the Virgin Islands don't receive. So there's plenty of things out there that we need to look at instead of going and taking the tax from the general fund versus there's fees out there that's probably low-hanging fruit that we need to really address. So we just deal with that subject one time and come as one package that he can actually generate the revenues versus taking from the general fund.
So for the sake of this discussion, one of the tax that has been utilized for waste management as well as the tire tax.
Correct.
And there have been discussion that that's not directly sent to waste management. As a matter of fact, they continue to advocate for the tire tax to be sent to them. So this seems to be a wash, somewhat, because then if you're able to identify this direct funding source and ensure that it goes to waste management, that will help you to then balance the amount that will be coming from the general fund, technically, or from you, then directing or transferring that money over to waste management.
If he requests the tire tax, I believe we will transfer it because about $1.8 million sitting there currently. So for us, if he also decides to have a tax on...
He's right next to you now.
I know.
The he you're talking about, right?
I'm talking about the yeah. So if he addresses the issue of charging for tires coming in territory, we would send it to him. Because for us, it's a bigger issue for waste management to handle than the government of the Virgin Islands.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm telling you in terms of the container tax is one part of it.
Okay.
But the 25% is one piece, but where the risk is, if the containers go down and you say 50-50, the revenues to the general fund go down, and no longer we have our revenue shortfall going forward.
Right.
That's why the split is what I'm recommending.
Understood. So, point of information, Senator Bulkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would venture to say that 100% or at least 90-something% of all the items that come into this territory will end up on waste management's doorstep. And they will have to deal with it in some way, shape, or form because it will be, at that point, waste.
Yep.
Hence I wanted to place that on the record. And I do agree with Director Reimer's statement concerning the potential shortfall, but we do know that we are in recovery mode, and we do know that we're going to have a lot of work for the next decade. So as for the next decade, at least, we can forecast to say that those containers are going to actually go up, the amount. I would venture to say that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Right before we go to Senator Fonseca, Director, I know you like to do 3 years analysis on assessment over. Have you been able to glean what 23, 24, 25 look like for this particular?
It's pretty flat. It's pretty close to between 19 and 20,000 containers.
Okay, very well, thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am definitely in favor of Bill number 36-0039. It's been over 22 years. The container tax hasn't been modernized to reflect inflation and other increases of costs. You know, I kind of I'm leery about giving the budget director too much control because sometimes the allotments don't happen. In this legislature here, I've found out that we would pass a bill, the governor would sign it, it becomes an act, it's law, but the OMB director has that special power of the money where he can declare due to financial this and it's not fiscally responsible, et cetera, so the money never goes to the agency. And as a matter of fact, it's happened to us because in August 16th, I think it was 21st of 2024, the 35th legislature passed, I think it was Act 8796, to give $1 million to the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital to help with the kidney dialysis. The hospital went and billed out the kidney dialysis. Here we had a hearing, the Committee Health Hospitals on Monday, where when CKC closed down, you know, in an emergency, they were able to take all of the 37 patients. But they mentioned to me they ain't give me the money. They ain't got the money from OMB and all that. I had a little sidebar with the OMB director. I ain't gonna tell you what he say. But we gotta be careful with giving him all this power because Waste Management Authority, we know, has been underfunded for years. And we know that Waste Management Authority, they were also here on Monday. They have serious infrastructure issues. I think he was telling me it's about $4 billion you're funded. Give me those numbers again so the public can hear.
Yes, we've been funded with close to $4 billion for the sewer lines and prudent replacement of the sewer system in the Virgin Islands. So that's for St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John.
Okay, but with the lateral connections now to the main, that's an additional how much?
Now, I didn't double check my numbers. I said 600 million, so don't hold me to it. I'm going to have to double check those numbers. And what those lateral connections mean, it's the connection from your home to the sewer line.
Okay, good. So it's a lot of money, about $4 billion to get these old collapsed sewer lines. I think you had clay lines and all of that. So
correct.
So that was Monday. Today is Thursday. Last night I passed by back at Windward's Passage Hotel and the same muck is still there. So when are you going to get to at least clean it up? I know you can't do the major repairs, but put a power wash on it, a little Clorox so the concrete could be shining, clean, and it looks safe, sanitary. One minute. Tell me when you're going to start that work.
I'm going to have my director of wastewater was out of the territory and came back yesterday. So he's immediately going to start that. We already have had conversations with Public Works and we're going to contact Department of Health. So we're going to get that started before this week ends.
Well, Sir Papa, Mr. Chairman, you see, I haven't heard a date, you know. If we're going to get this and we meet with that. But anyway.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay. But I do agree with the appropriation of the funds as is with the bill. I understand what the OMB director is saying, but this is not all that amount of money. Even with all adjustments.
30 seconds.
It's still less than $5 million. And the Waste Management Authority, with the new garbage collection strategy, you're telling us that you're going to be able to break even and you're going to be able to start to pay that $20 million in accounts payable that you have, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's great. I'd like to see when Waste Management Authority can actually come to a break even. So my vote will be to help the Waste Management Authority to get these additional revenues because we all agree that the Waste Management Authority is almost in a state of crisis. It's probably in a state of crisis. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Director Julie, you have a response? Director Reimer, you have a response to that?
In regards to allotments, where he's talking about releasing funds to instrumentalities, you don't release when you have cash. So for myself, it's being fiscally irresponsible to start to release because you appropriate. So appropriations is just a document. With cash is a whole other thing. Unless I print money, there will be no releases. I don't print money. So I have to coordinate with the Department of Finance in order to actually release funds moving forward. So to say I'm going to give them $1 million, if we have it, sure, any day.
Thank you. The chair will now recognize Senator Potter. Milton Potter, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you colleagues. Special good afternoon to our testifiers who are before us today. I'm not a member of the Finance Committee, of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, so I don't get a vote here today. But I mean, it's hard to argue that after 22 years, it isn't time for us to focus on increasing the cargo container tax rates. It would be really hard to argue against it. And I'm also inclined to support the 50-50 split, in spite of the eloquence of our OMB director, just based on the urgent operation needs right now of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. And when you look at the urgent operational needs of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, you have to look and directly connect it to the urgent needs of the people of the Virgin Islands who rely on these services to have a safe and sanitary environment. So if there's a way to ease some of the pressure immediately from VI Waste Management Authority, and Director Griffin has not been here very long in this interim capacity. So I can't put a blame on your shoulders for any delay in implementing the fee structure and all of that. But I definitely support an infusion of new revenues. I know historically, just about every year that I've been here, we have had to, Waste Management has had to come to this body to ask for additional revenues, to pay vendors, to do all sorts of things. So I think they've been, I don't know, historically underfunded. And if you underfund, then the expectation that you're going to be successful is just an unrealistic expectation that we've set. So I'm in support of this, and hopefully, like both of the testifiers said, it can be a gradual weaning off of reliance of the central government. But Director Griffith, how much revenues, what's the anticipated collection revenues should your fee structure be approved by the PSC? What do you anticipate collecting in new revenues based on this new fee structure?
The new fee structure, the 100% revenue that will be generated would be a little bit over $9 million. We expect a 70% collection rate to get about $6.5 million coming into the door.
Okay. I wanted to ask Director Reimer about the impact, the potential impact that the bill might have on consumer goods. And I know, I don't think you had the time to do any sort of real analysis so that we can get some numbers that we can be confident, in terms of how will it really impact regular consumers. 1 minute. Do you have any thoughts on the potential? I think in your testimony you said you didn't think it was going to be significant or something like that. But and that's more anecdotal than scientific analysis.
Correct.
But I just wanted to just talk a little bit about that for the next.
So the impact, because you have the inflationary effect now, as you have over the last 22 years, And over the last few years, because of course we had a couple things going on. One was COVID, one was the storm.
30 seconds.
As you know, the cost and the prices of everything has skyrocketed here. Give you a classic example, the common home or the basic home in St. Croix, for example, you probably could have got between $100,000 and $200,000. Now it's $300,000 and $400,000, which is the benchmark to actually see how far your inflation is actually going. But at the end of the day, for me, this is such a negligible number. For 22 years, you haven't had a change. Imagine if you just double the cost based on the current 19,000 actual containers coming into the VA. The cost to Tropical and Crowley combined is $1.9 million. So if they're doing 50-50, they don't see it as a rounding error in their operation. So for me to say to pass on any cost, it's really not there. The grocery stores already increased their costs, so there will be you won't see it. That's
Time.
what I'm saying.
Thank you very much for your feedback, testifiers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Director Reimer, who do you see as the individuals or companies that will be impacted by this? Who are the users or the beneficiaries of these containers?
You talking about the end user? That's your grocery stores. In the recovery process, it all depends on how much material they import. It mostly going to be on flat racks, and that we don't have a charge currently for that. But that's where you're going to see an impact in terms of revenues, et cetera. The flat racks where you bring in in terms of equipment, you might bring in supplies for construction, et cetera. But the containers will probably remain pretty consistent going forward because of course, the material ain't going to fit in the containers, so it's better put on a flat rack.
All right. So you said the grocery stores and the big box stores
Big
and
box
those
stores,
big
correct.
box stores. Very well. That's what I thought as well. Point of information, Senator Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Reimer, Director Reimer, I just wanted to make sure we have some clarity on this issue. This is considered a consumer tax, isn't it? Ultimately, doesn't it just impact the consumer?
It shouldn't, but it might a small impact, but it's really a tax on a business side of things. It has across the board.
On the business side of it?
Individual person is everybody. But the thing is,
businesses pass it on.
But what I'm telling you is, if I'm for the last 22 years, you have benefited from it. What do you think your increase is really going to be? You're going to pass on the full $50?
So the reason why I brought that question up is this creeping habit we have we'll tax this, tax that, fee this, fee that, and ultimately it comes from one source. That's the consumer. So I wanted to make sure we understood that ultimately, I don't care how negligible it is, it still comes down to who is the one who pays for it.
Ultimately, at some point, you're going to pay for it. But the point is, you have a business that's running, that here it is. If they go anywhere else, as the previous senator mentioned, they pay almost 25% on their containers. In our cases, we're paying less than 7%.
Our inflation is driving this argument so fast and so high, we don't have a choice but to incrementally have minuscule increases because the inflation rate is just so high. And so we still suffer as a territory because of the inflation rate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognized for your What's that?
Hello.
One second. Is it on subject or you could wait until?
I wanted to, yes, it is germane. I apologize.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Bolkes for his point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies, Senator Lewis. But I just really wanted to touch on this structure is consistent with global practices. We're charging by the size of the container. Smaller micro businesses do not pay the full container cost. They have a LCL, a less than container load, and that does not incur a container tax. When you have a less than container load, you come to the port, you back up your truck, you put the pallet on, and you leave, and you just pay the shipping costs. If in fact you were to work with other LCL individuals in the event that I, along with 4 other individuals, decided to get a 20-foot container and all had pallets on that container. And we did have to take the container off of the port. Then we would split that cost 25% each way, which would be, for the $100 is just $25 a person. So just wanted to place that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your 4 minutes, and then we'll come back to you, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Mr. Director Griffith, Interim Director. So I went to a little appointment, and I was listening and hustle back here. So I hear you're going to shine up the road just behind Waynwood Passage. So let me tell you, we're going to shine from PMP, come all the way down. We clean the gut them, the swale them, everything. And you know my list of my guts who I've been complaining about where we had the issues. So we ain't going to please one. We're going to work on everything. The people in PMP have been suffering for a long time too. So we're going to try a little chlorine down, a little pressure wash there too, shine up their concrete. And across the street, come in front of Chicken Fry and everything. But now, getting back to business here. Currently, when you go to a tire shop now, they charge you for the disposal of a tire. That's their fee, or any of it goes to waste management?
It doesn't go to Waste Management Authority. It does not.
So your 1.5 million tires, this is previously that you collect around the island, or Waste Management collects around the island?
We are getting illegally dumped tires from tire companies too as well. It's too many tires that are being deposited at these bin sites to be individuals. You can't clean a bin site and then the next day there are 110 tires there. That's not 1 or 2 people just dropping off tires. That has to be from these companies.
Okay, and I'm sorry if this question was asked before. What is the authority's position if we start charging up front before these things come into the territory?
That's what we're pushing forward.
For that and for use for vehicles as well.
We're 100% behind that.
Great. So currently, the landfill operator or operators is now responsible for the removal of the tires, the rubber.
Correct. Just because we don't have the funds to afford to pay them to ship it off island. But Mr. Reimer has promised, and I have the letter already sent to finance and the one sent to OMB today. So we should be getting $1.8 million to at least do a couple of tires. But it's 1.5 million, so that'll probably cover maybe 30,000 tires. So what I'm going to do, instead of just shipping the tires off, is we're going to buy the equipment this time to be able to do this ourselves, so we don't go to contractors to ship it off island. We clean it ourselves, we pack it ourselves, and we send it to either Puerto Rico or to Florida.
One thing with two of you up there today, you all are making it seem like it's a big space, like you're in the east wing and the west wing, he in the west wing or something.
We talk on a regular basis.
Are you right next to each other?
We talk and argue.
How are they with the current vendors?
How are they with the current vendors? I
Yeah.
think that's a question for him. We issued a
No,